We need more white guys giving their insight on things they don't understand. Podwood forecast. Nothing beats that millennial depression like a crisp Pepsi. You're watching Jason slam a woman against a tree.
For context, we're talking about Jason from Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah, probably should clarify.
Nice opinion there. The thing is, I'm inside your home.
No, it's wrong.
Did I do it wrong?
Nice opinion.
Nice.
One small issue.
Oh yeah.
I'm inside your home.
I like to keep my social circle small. Not by choice, though. People do not enjoy being around me.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, we were sharing Sonic memes with each other.
Yeah.
And they're really funny because they're pictures of either Sonic or Shadow with like the most ridiculous text. And that makes it really funny because you imagine the character saying it. And it's funny.
Yeah.
I just explained the meme.
Everything in Shadow's voice is funny.
Yeah.
It's one of those aspects of like growing up and realizing that Sonic was always really stupid, but that's why you kind of liked it. Because I was like a Sonic geek as a kid, but I took it really seriously, and now I'm older and I'm like, it's really stupid, but that's why I still have
Sonic
fondness
was
for
always
it.
Cool. He's my best friend.
Like, dude, I know Sonic 06 is like, people say it's like a horrible trash game, but watching it is like, it's genuinely like,
that's really the only
it's
way
like
you can
vulgar
experience
auteurism,
it.
the game.
Yeah, that's
like,
the only way you can really experience it and enjoy it.
Like watching a game take itself so
also,
seriously.
my mic is really hot.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
And seeing a silver hedgehog talk to a purple cat about the contemplation of the morality of murder is hilarious. It's literally he's like, is killing people wrong? It's awesome. It's so cool.
They tackled the deep subjects on.
I'm sure there's
Sonic.
people my age that still take it very seriously and get mad if like you make fun of it.
Oh yeah, they're.
But enjoying
they're
it,
right
you
now.
kind of you have to accept the stupidity of it. It's like being a Kingdom Hearts fan.
Sure. Yeah.
Actually, no. I can take Kingdom Hearts pretty seriously when it needs to be serious, but when it's dumb, like it's hilarious to make fun of.
Yeah.
But that's why that's the balance of. I love stilted, weird dialogue. It's so good.
Hey pal, I hope you have a great day because I care about you.
What other video game series has Jesse McCartney play a pivotal character and give a half decent performance?
I don't really know. I don't really know who Jesse McCartney is.
He's like I don't know. He's like a Aaron Carter type. He was just a young teen pop musician.
Nice.
I don't know. I think he was something like that. I don't know.
He's your favorite?
Yeah, he would have been like, I don't know, Backstreet Boys core back in the day.
Oh, okay.
He's just like one of those like young teen pops. I mean, he's not a teen pop star anymore, obviously, but yeah. Anyways,
in your heart, he is.
We got in my heart. We gotta get off this topic.
Yeah,
I won't stop if I can. If I won't stop.
Yeah,
you
can't talk about video games.
Nah.
Well, speaking of music, we are going to get into the most long-awaited discussion that everyone waits for is our top 10 music of 2023, and that's going to be real exciting. But first, I thought, in our last episode, also Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Mitchell. I didn't even tell you. Happy New Year.
Oh, yeah.
It's our first time being together this year.
Happy New Year.
So we talked about our Spotify Wrapped in the last episode.
Yes.
But we also have Spotify Wrapped for our podcast. And so every year I think it's fun to do these.
How many people
things.
in Germany listen to us?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to that. Actually, we had a top country and it's really interesting.
It's not North America?
It actually isn't. Our top country wasn't our own country.
That's awesome.
Last year. But I think it kind of makes sense because so take a guess of what our top episode was for last year. And that's not That's not just episodes that came out last year. Like, of all the episodes that we've done, what do you think?
That tells me it's something that wasn't last year specifically.
Right, yeah. What was our top performing episode of all time that we've done from last year?
Last Airbender.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
The Radiohead episode.
Nope.
I don't know. Mumford & Sons?
Nope.
I know it used to be.
Yeah, the Mumford & Sons and The Last Airbender, those are both some of our top performing episodes of all time. But
I don't know.
We had a new one that just got a lot of traction.
The one where I
where you yell?
Insulted the Green Knight for 2 hours?
No, that's probably one of our worst episodes. No, I'm just kidding.
Best, you mean?
Do you give up?
Yeah, I do.
It was our Robin Hood episode.
Oh, I was going to say that for some reason, but I didn't.
Yeah. That makes me so happy.
Yeah.
That, because, like, I love
So,
Robin
like,
Hood.
what was England our top country?
Yeah,
then?
Really? Our top country was the UK.
That's really fun. I was about to be like, oh, only British people would, like, flock to the Robin Hood podcast.
Yeah.
That's cool. Hello.
We just scared them all off. They're like, ugh, they're going to talk like
Pop
us
open
now.
your can of beans and pop a squat. This is going to be a good episode.
Put your beans on your toast and...
God, they all just left. I'm sorry.
Well, this isn't the first time.
I listen to Jar Media, so like I've done my due diligence.
Yeah, it's okay.
Absorbing UK content.
I grew up with plenty of BBC shows, so we get the pass.
Yeah.
So yeah, United Kingdom, we streamed in 19 countries, and United Kingdom was our top country with 45% of our total streams.
That's wild.
Your top 10 podcast for 50. Oh, okay. We're also a top 10 podcast for 53 fans.
Oh.
So there's 53 people out there that we were in their top 10.
That's cool.
And 40 of them we were in their top 5.
Wow.
So thank you guys. We were the number 1 podcast for 18 fans.
That makes me feel like some real humans listen.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Some of you.
I like that.
We're like the only podcast they listen to.
Yeah. I mean, fair.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about everything, so.
We do.
In terms of media, at least. And why else would you listen to a podcast about to get people's takes on media?
Right, yeah.
That's like literally think about that. What else would a podcast be if it's not just people talking about stuff they like or whatever?
I mean,
you're gonna listen to Bob and Joe's podcast where they talk about which
real
Kroger's
estate
they went to today. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Even true crime. That's like, I don't know, talking about like true crime. That's
a podcast is media in itself.
Yeah.
So
no, I am curious if you were to find a statistic of what topics podcasts cover, like every podcast on the planet, what like percentage of them are like media based, like movies, video games.
Oh, the top
music.
One has to be movies.
Yeah. But even just encompassing like entertainment media as a whole conglomerate, like that would almost be every single podcast ever, right?
Yeah, probably.
There's fitness podcasts, but like that's like the only immediate thing I could think of. I don't know, there's
sports podcasts.
Even stuff that's not specific to it. Like I wouldn't call us like a movie podcast. It's just one of the things we talk about.
No, yeah, I wonder what is our most like talked about medium in terms of like main topics.
Probably, I would say it's probably movies.
Probably. Yeah.
And then music.
Music's probably second.
And then probably like video games. Maybe TV shows and then video games.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. Well, anyways, we created 1.7 K minutes of podcasting.
Wow.
And our listeners went up 116% last year.
All right.
Yeah, okay. So that's all the Wrapped statistics. I did want to go back,
Makes me think
though.
of, I looked at my Wrapped on Spotify, and it told me how many seconds people listen to me to make me feel better. So it like tried to make it look like a big number.
Yeah.
It's like, wow,
I'm sure they adjust
people
it for
listen
everyone.
to you for like 10,000 seconds. And I was like, whoa, 10,000.
Wow, that's a lot of seconds.
That's a The word 1,000 makes me think big.
A lot of a lot of them were probably me.
Probably me.
Because I'm a fan.
Because I listen to my Art Machine cover a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot. Like once every other month, I might pop it on. So
just to remind yourself how good you are.
I like to hear my fiance sing on the bridge.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, go check out the Torches Together, Me Without You tribute album.
Yeah, you're on that too.
I'm on there too. And
I think I'm like the 4th track on it or something. I can't remember. Just look for Old Friend Fox and Sherwood Forest.
Yeah, I think I'm like near the end.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go back because for some reason I wish Spotify Wrapped did this, but I wanted to go down our episode rankings in terms of plays. Like what was our most popular?
Ooh.
What do you think was our most popular episode from last year? I guess I'll go through them. We had our Rings of Power, House of the Dragon, and Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared episode. We had our favorite albums of 2022, our favorite films of 2022. We had our Lost episode where we talked about our favorite music from 2017.
Definitely not that one.
Oh, you have so much faith.
My brain wants to say it has to be one of...
Well, there's still more.
At least one of the ones in the first half of the year.
Well,
because that gives people more time to listen to it.
Maybe. There's also our Cracker Island episode, our favorite films revisited episode, our Guardians of the Galaxy and Across the Spider-Verse episode, our Neon Genesis Evangelion episode, our Barbie and Oppenheimer episode, our 50th episode, and our favorite albums of 2018 episode. What do you think was our most popular?
You know, I feel like because just Barbie and Oppenheimer were just circulating around so much, but like so many people were talking about that, so I feel like the oversaturation maybe would keep it from, getting more attention. So I either want to say Cracker Island or Rings of Power.
Nope, both wrong.
Wow, what the heck?
What the heck, guys? Our most popular, our most played episode from last year was actually, oddly enough, our favorite films revisited episode.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which
good.
I mean, yeah, it's good.
I'm glad because my brain usually thinks like the only ones that would get plays are the more relevant topics. And not
that's
the
what I
ones
was going to
that
say.
pertain specifically to like, I don't like who cares about what our favorite movies are.
Yeah, it's like such a vague thing, but
I like the idea of people caring about my tastes.
Yeah, I mean maybe
because I'm selfish.
Yeah, me too. I mean maybe it was the podcast art that I made that enticed people. I don't know. Let's see. Our second most popular was our Rings of Power, House of the Dragon, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared episode. And then would be... I should have written these down rather than trying to do this in my head. And then our favorite albums of 2022, followed by Cracker Island, followed
Gorilla's
by...
flopping.
You know what? I can't do this. I keep like going back and forth, and I keep... Yeah. So those
cool.
would be our top ones.
All right.
Our Barbie and Oppenheimer isn't really up there since it was like only a few months ago.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, first I was like, probably that one, but then I was like, no, literally everyone and their mom talked about that on a podcast, so like we would have gotten flooded out big time.
Yeah, we were also kind of late to the game when
it
came out, so yeah. That's also, I gotta say, I'm just gonna say this. It's not my favorite episode we've ever done.
Yeah.
Mostly because of me, because I don't really...
The Barbenheimer one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really like how I articulated my opinions of Barbie. I think I could have done better. Plus, like, while I was editing it, I realized that I was kind of incorrect about a few things, so...
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, whatever. I liked our discussion of Oppenheimer, though.
Yeah. Nice.
So, but, yeah, anyways. Thanks, guys, for listening to us. We really appreciate it, and welcome again to all our lovely fans from the UK.
Yeah, hi.
So glad that you took a break from watching the Great British Bake Off to listen to us.
I love that show, man.
It is great. It's probably the best, like, reality game show like ever made. Honestly, I can honestly say that.
I know you don't have Netflix, but did you have a way to watch the recent season?
No, and I'm trying to.
I won't spoil who wins, but
I'm
let's
trying
just say
to.
I'm really glad a certain person didn't win, because I thought someone who should have gotten eliminated really early on made it to the finale somehow, and then he didn't win, and I was really happy.
We should do a group.
There was like drama. There was some because there's never really been drama around the show. Like people never really get upset about who goes home.
Was there drama?
Not really, not in the show, but like fans were like, "Why did this guy like not get sent home this week?" And then he like made it to the finale, and everyone was like, "Why did he get so far?" He was fine. He was a super nice guy. Like
he just kind of sucked.
It was just like he
sucked at baking.
Another person went home that a lot of fans liked, and it just felt like he did
it
really
happens.
bad. It's the only season I've watched where I felt like the judges made some weird decisions on who they sent home. But I liked who won.
Paul must have been in a weird mood.
It was a very like engaging season, I will say. I liked the characters. I liked the cast a lot.
I like how well written it was.
Yeah, it seemed very real. Anyways,
I still need to watch it because I know there was the new co-host. So
yeah.
I still haven't watched it. I'm trying to
decent. I feel like they have a new co-host like every season, and I'm just like, is she gonna be around for the next one?
Right.
I liked her more than the last one. The bald dude,
Matt.
He was cool, but
yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. I don't know. She was okay at first, but she grew on me.
Yeah.
As it went on.
Same for
I
Matt.
felt like she legitimately annoyed some of the contestants a couple times early on. Like she was trying to be funny. I could see her kind of trying to fit into the role.
Yeah.
She tried to mess with someone while they're cooking, and the guy was just like,
get away.
Yeah. Like I was like, okay, you gotta like lay off a little. But
my favorite is always gonna be who was the one who was before Matt? What was her name?
Oh, I can't remember.
She was great,
the older
though.
lady though.
Yeah.
She is my favorite. I was sad she left.
Yeah, me too.
Her and Noel's dynamic was great.
Yeah, as long as they don't.
And
like,
they had the funniest bits with her too. Like there was like a bit where they like put her like he like opens a drawer and they like constructed like a giant drawer thing for her to lay in, and that made it look like it was like they just put a weird amount of effort into their dumb little bits with her.
Yeah, it's always great. Very cheesy, but I loved it.
I used to think the show was like a little cringy, but then I was like, oh, I love it how cheesy it is.
Yeah,
it's just such a nice show.
Yeah,
everyone's so nice all the time.
Anyways, that's our review of.
There's our review of the Great British Baking Show.
Let's get on to our top 10.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
After these messages,
I forgot. No, not yet. We still got a little bit of time. I totally forgot that we had a question. Just a really quick question from our Podwood Forecast Community Facebook group that you guys can join, and I just gotta go find it. We okay, so we have a question from a mutual friend of ours. I'm sure you remember Park Leacock.
Yes.
Yeah, so he left us a question. He asked, what are your thoughts on controversial pop icon Klaus Schwab?
Who?
Klaus Schwab. You don't know who Klaus Schwab is?
Is this going to be some like Joe Mama thing?
Like
Klaus Schwab, and you're like, Klaus Schwab, my foot.
No,
I have never heard of this.
Klaus Schwab is a real person.
But Claus, like Santa Claus, or
Klaus Martin Schwab. You know, he's the German engineer, economist, and founder of the World Economic Forum.
Well, I hate him.
Look at him. Isn't he a beautiful man?
He looks like he makes everyone uncomfortable at Thanksgiving. Wait, is this the guy who talks like this?
I don't know.
He sounds
honestly.
like that guy. That's an actor, though. That's not.
No, this is a real person.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking of the guy I was thinking of.
Oh,
he does like voice acting.
He looks like he's like a priest or a pope in this picture.
He looks like a Final Fantasy villain. I don't know.
What's your opinion of him?
I don't know. He's controversial? What did he do?
I don't know. I think it's because he's in charge of the World Economic Forum, and World Economic Forum is kind of a controversial organization in itself.
I don't even know what they are. I cannot comment on the matter.
Yeah,
if he's the head,
like politics.
If he's the head of a political, powerful organization, I'll just assume he's evil in some way.
Yeah, probably.
So that's my opinion. You're probably a little bad, but maybe you're not. I don't know. Maybe you're controversial because you're too nice.
Yeah. I'm on the fence about him personally.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I really don't know much about him.
I have no idea.
But thanks for your question, Mark.
Yeah.
You guys can leave.
I'll look into him. I can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm
you
really
just get like
excited.
converted to his ideology. If you guys want to leave awesome questions like that, you can go to our Podwood Forecast community Facebook group, and there will be a question thread pinned to the top, and you can leave a question in the comments, and that would be really awesome because we love having little conversations like this. Whether they're serious or funny, we will ask them. We will answer them. Sorry. Gosh dang it. I messed it up.
You suck.
All right. Well, we got like 10 minutes before we go into the break. We can talk about
whatever we want.
We can talk about like what the year looked like in terms of music in general, and
yeah,
what that was like.
I'll preface. Let's do a preface.
It sucked.
Let's preface our year lists.
Let's preface.
I feel like it's going to, especially after doing a 2018 episode, I'm fully ready for this to feel very underwhelming in comparison in terms of like my personal reaction to my list. I'll be honest, it was a good year. It probably was an amazing year for music. I struggled to really make a good top 10. I am really happy with my top 10 now. I took a lot more time today to I went through all the releases this year to make sure I didn't forget anything. And there was a lot of stuff I was like, oh yeah, that was this year. And so I have a top 10 I'm very satisfied with at this point. But
good, me too.
My problem this year with music specifically, not music in general, but like me listening to
not
music.
Enough
My problem
K-pop.
with me listening to music this year, I switched to a higher position at work that does not allow me to listen to music all day because I have to be interacting with people, and it's a lot more active, and I can't just sit with my AirPods on all day like I used to. And
you could if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I am doing stuff. I'm got engaged. I'm getting married.
Woo-hoo.
Doing a lot of planning. I don't really have a lot of like time where I'm just like alone or by myself where I can like just sit down and listen to music.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to almost listen to music completely at work.
Yeah,
that's almost always how, because I've almost always worked jobs where I'm able to listen to music, and then I'll listen to music in the car. And if I'm like driving somewhere with Abby, like I'm not going to make her listen to Me Without You or like only my music all the time, but luckily she has good taste in music and we have a lot of music taste in common. So that's not even a complaint. But there's just like a lot of stuff where I'm like, I'm not going to, she loves Mountain Goats now. I got her into them at least, but I'm like, I'm not going to make her listen to Me Without You like all the time because she likes a lot of Me Without You, but some of the earlier stuff, like she isn't as into a lot of the angsty screamo emo. Like I'm not going to make her listen to 68, for example, you know, like she would be fine with it, but like whatever.
Yeah. She's tolerant of it.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of time at home. Like I did a few times, but I don't really sit at home and just listen to music on headphones and just sit there. I feel like I need to be doing something when I listen to music.
We need to normalize that again.
We do.
Normalize
that is
sitting
honestly,
down to listen to an album.
That honestly, I was thinking about that. Like for my birthday, I want to get a really nice pair of like Sony headphones so I can just like lay down and listen to music at home, because I've only ever had like stupid gamer headphones, and I'm like, I want really good headphones to listen to music. So I'm going to make that a thing this year. I want to be able to do that and just like lay down and just like absorb an album and just listen to it. Yeah. Because I have almost always exclusively listened to music while working or driving. Yeah. And same. That's why I was able to get like 100,000 minutes of music or whatever. So I just had a lot less opportunity to sit down and just absorb albums like I usually do in 2023. And that really reflected. And I feel like there's a lot of albums I missed, or albums I only listened to like twice when I might have been able to listen to them 10 times, which means maybe something I would have liked more won't be as high. It's conflicting for me. So I'm not as like, I don't feel as educated on some of the albums on my top 10. Some of them, like maybe I've only listened to twice. I've listened to all of them at least more than once. Right. But yeah, just a very busy, distracting year that it was a rare time to be able to just listen to music, like and focus on it. So I did my best. I tried, especially the last couple weeks, I revisited a lot and tried to give a lot more stuff the proper attention, and some stuff I ended up liking more than I thought I would. There was one album I thought I was underwhelmed with that I ended up loving now, so I made some last minute adjustments and changes, and I'm really happy with my list now. So I'm not saying all this to be like, yeah, I probably hate half my top 10. No, I really love every album on my top 10, but any other year I feel like
you probably would have had more.
It feels a little weaker compared to a lot of recent years for me personally.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get a diet. Like usually like there's a few rap albums I'll dive into every year as well. I don't think I had a single rap album on my top 10 this year, which is, I feel like I at least usually have one or two, because I like rap. I have my rap albums and artists I really like, but
sure.
It's funny because Lil Yachty has it's not on my top 10. I'll just say this, it'd probably be an honorable mention, but he put out an album, but it wasn't really a rap album. It was like a rock kind of psych album. There was some rap elements on it, but I
feel like a lot of rap artists
flinched to
doing
call that like a whole rap album,
right? Because didn't Andre 3000 also release an album? And
it was just an instrumental.
Not a rap album.
It was just instrumental.
Oh, instrumental. Okay.
Yeah, it was instrumental. Like
I heard about it.
Music.
Nice.
Because he's a really good flute player. So it's just like ambient, like instrumental, like 10-minute songs.
Nice.
And a lot of fans that wanted a rap album were mad. And the song titles are funny, where one of the song titles is like, I promise I wanted to make a rap album, but this happened instead. Or something.
Yeah. I heard
I listened to some of it, and I was like, it's really cool. I'm like, I can imagine playing this, like, having this on in the background while doing, like, D&D or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds really cool. I didn't listen to all of it.
Yeah.
Like,
I had only
I'm
heard
not
about
really,
it.
it's not. It's cool, like I could enjoy it, but it's not something I would actually listen and just sit and listen to, you know?
Yeah.
So
I get you.
But
we can like. Do we want to mention like some honorable mentions?
Yeah, let's do our honorable mentions before break.
Okay.
I don't have that many.
Yeah, I've got a handful.
I've got like 2 or 3 probably.
I'll also shout out some EPs. Those will be honorable mentions because I don't include EPs in my album list, but there is a handful of them that were really good.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if we did the Cracker Island episode where I was like, this album sucks, and then it was my number 1.
That was the album that grew on you?
No. No.
That's funny.
I never listened to it again after that episode. Sorry.
Same. Yeah. Sorry
sad.
to your UK fans who only listen to Gorillaz.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess first I'll do my honorable mention albums. A couple of these actually were like in my top 10, but they got pushed out. The Ballad of Darren, I guess speaking of Damon Albarn,
yeah.
Ballad of Darren by Blur.
I'll just I'll break the ice. That's one of my honorables too.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
So
it's good. It's solid.
It's good. I don't like it as much as their last. I think their last one is like awesome. Like that would have been one of my favorites that year probably.
Yeah.
Whatever the Ice Cream Man album came out. Magic Whip.
The Ice Cream Man.
That's a song on it. I was thinking of the album.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, the Ballad of Darren was really good, but
yeah, and there's songs on there that I really love.
Yeah, same.
But album as a whole is just like, yeah, it's really good.
It's not super consistent. Like there's a few skips, but it's
yeah.
cool. It's great. It's a little more basic. Magic Whip was a little more wild with some of its production, and it's a little more like fun songwriting, cool melodies. I don't know.
Yeah,
it just felt a little more creative. But Ballad of Darren, it feels like more like a simple old school Blur album in a way.
Yeah,
which isn't a bad thing. I like it.
Yeah, it's solid.
Yeah.
Another one, actually, I'm sure it's going to be in your top 10, and it actually, like I said, it wasn't my top 10. Is actually Jenny from Thebes from the Mountain Goats.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have to say, this is like the first Mountain Goats album in a while where it's like, yeah, I actually like really enjoy this.
Yeah.
You know, I love the instrumentation on it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'll go into it later because we all know like it's going to be in my favorites. But that's one that actually grew on me a lot more the more I listened to it, because I was pretty like whatever on it. I was like, it's a little boring. Like I loved the singles, and I felt like I liked their last album, Bleed Out, more for a while, but I kind of agree. I think it's the first one in a while that, I don't know, I thought Bleed Out was gonna have a really distinct musical style, and I feel like this one, it's not nearly as good as Goth's, but I do think it's the best one since Goth's, and same. It's the first one to have like a very intentional style throughout the whole thing. I felt like
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
So, but I feel like I could give it a few more listens to like.
It's cool. I love the closing track on it. I became obsessed with, weirdly enough. I just think there's some really good catchy melodies on it, a lot of good jazzy stuff. Like, it's cool.
It's good. It's cool.
I want them to go crazy stylistically like they did on Goths.
Same.
I just I
just want them to make Goths.
He just makes a lot of music, and I just feel like he doesn't waste anything he writes. So I'm like, I want like an album that's like they go really hard on. But they're just doing they're just vibing. They're not trying to make masterpieces. They're just putting out albums, and that's
why I love them.
Anyways, I'll talk about that later.
And I just want to go through the EPs. One of them in particular because it's special for me, but one actually was made by a friend of mine, Saint of Pine Hills. He had an EP called Wild and Free that I really enjoyed. I think you would like it because he has a song on there called The Ballad of Julian Baker.
Oh, nice.
It's basically about how he wants to write songs like Julian Baker.
Yeah.
It's great.
I actually read an article about Julian Baker today and her talking about like some of her upbringing, and I only saw it because Me Without You reposted it, but she like talked about Me Without You being like her favorite band in the universe and how their songwriting kind of helped her like, I don't know, discover herself through her music and stuff. It was cool. Nice. I need to listen to her more because I've heard some stuff and she's in Boy Genius. I like her and she's a cool musician, but I automatically just respect anyone whose favorite band is Me Without You.
Of course you do.
Haley Williams.
You're like
and
besties.
Julian, any female artist who loves Me Without You is just automatically really talented.
Right. Yeah, so, usually.
Just saying.
And then we got one of my favorite bands, Anne Berlin. They released an EP.
Oh, they have a new album?
Just an EP.
Oh, EP.
It's called Convinced, and it's really good. It's honestly... There's one song on there that's like one of the heaviest songs they've ever written. It's like almost like a metal song, but it's really good. And then last but not least, the thing is that like if this was an album, this would probably be like a good contender for like number one.
Yeah.
But it is an EP, but it's The Valley of Vision by Manchester Orchestra.
Oh yeah.
Like that EP was like incredible to me, and just like I really resonated with it. The song The Way was actually my number one song on Spotify, and I love it because like they even said in like interviews that they didn't really go out to make an EP or an album. They just approached it the same way that they would any other album. It just happened to be ended up being shorter.
Okay.
So it just ended up being an EP. But The Valley of Vision was great, and I listened to like all the songs on that EP like throughout the whole year almost. So that EP is just as special as like any of the albums on my top 10. So, but that gets like a special honorable mention.
Yeah.
So, what about you?
Well, you mentioned Blur. Ballad of Darren would be one of mine. I would also mention The Record by Boy Genius. That was great. I listened to it a lot. Abby loved it. She loves Boy Genius and Lucy Dacus. So I've really got into them because of her. But yeah, it's a great album. I feel like I didn't really listen to it enough on my own to like, get it all. Like, so I just didn't feel like as confident in putting it in my top 10, but it's really great. Some great stuff in there. And then I would put Let's Start Here by Lil Yachty, which was kind of his experimental album he did. And
non-rap album.
I mean, there's some like rap elements on there, and he still has a lot of auto-tune on his voice, but it was used in like a really cool way. I'd never listened to him before, if I'm being honest, but he worked with a lot of like musicians and very intentionally inspired by Tame Impala
type
nice. Stuff. So lots of like guitar and drumming and just very like psychedelic rock music mixed with some of his rap style. It was really cool, really interesting album, and a lot of people were like, "Whoa, this is like mind blowing," and I'm like. It's not like the most groundbreaking thing, but yeah, it's cool that, you know, someone known for his style of rap making an album like that. It's really cool, and I like seeing musicians experiment like that and artists go crazy, and it was super fun to listen. I liked it a lot. I listened to it a few times. It's a cool album. Watson's
doing his usual checkup on us. What do you have? Do you have your...
Is that like a sock or something?
His squirrel. I think it's his squirrel.
It's a dead mouse.
He's like, look, guys, you're showing off my toy. Watson does this every night. He comes up and like says hi and like, sticks around for like 5 minutes.
He's a good boy.
He is a good boy.
And then I guess the last honorable mention I would do. I only got to listen to it once, so it's kind of another. I wasn't as confident putting it in my top 10. But Yes and by 68.
Oh, okay.
It was really good. I only got to listen to it like once or so. So I feel like maybe it could have been, but I just decided to honorable mention it.
That's an incredible album.
It was really cool. I liked it a lot more than the last one, if I'm being honest. I thought their last one was like pretty good.
Yeah.
But this one was great. I liked it a lot. So it was almost my number 10, but I didn't quite make it. So.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
But yeah, there's my honorables.
Nice. All right. Cool. Well, we're gonna take a break and then we'll get into our number 10, and then we'll get into our number 9. And then we'll get into our number 8, and then we'll get into our number 7, and then we'll get into our number 6.
I think I finally found the antidote. I've been lying to Holy Ghost, holy best, the fully broke. Let me start again. I've been sinking in the horoscope. Love is never optional. Holy death and holy smoke. Let me start again.
The Bigfoots are coming, the Bigfoots are coming, the Bigfoots are coming, the Bigfoots are coming, and we're taking over. Yes, on the field I said we're taking over.
Okay, we're back. We're rolling. Are we rolling?
Hello.
We're rolling. Hello, crew members.
Are we rolling?
Are we rolling? Check, check. Can you hear me, guys? Jason? Sorry, James. Sorry. I always get his name wrong. Cool. All right, we're
Jimmy.
Good. I'm trying to create the illusion that we have a top-notch production team here in my attic. But yeah. All right. So who's going first?
I can start. Actually, no. I started last time, right? You start.
I don't remember.
Because you ended it, which means you would go after me.
That's true.
Yeah, you start because I started last time.
Okay. I forgot.
Dang it.
No. So, my number 10. We're getting right into it. My number 10 was actually a recent. It was a new discovery for me this year. A new artist that I had never listened to before, and it was all thanks to Spotify, actually.
Ooh.
Which it's been a long time since I've really relied on Spotify to introduce me to new music. It just kind of
it was kind of a year like that for me too.
Yeah,
I noticed. Like I used a lot of the like curated playlists, honestly.
Yeah, it just...
Or like day lists that they do.
It was just one of those things where like Spotify was trying something new and was like, here's some previews of some music you might like. So, so anyways, this, my number 10 is, it's Ghost of Vroom 3 by Ghost of Vroom.
Canteen flowers. bend us, overextend us. Headlock, rock the cakewalk, can't tell the silk from the cornstalk. Repair man, spin a mid-air man, truth don't damn man, truth wins out. Odds waters direct from the spout. Stem time let me and you losing your clout. Let's say it. Hey, did you play the man?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
So, Ghost of Vroom 3 is the only one that I've listened to so far, because, of course, there's a Ghost of Vroom 1 and a Ghost of Vroom 2. And Ghost of Vroom, it seems, I don't know a whole lot about this group, but it seems that they are a duo comprised of Mike Dowdy and Andrew Livingston. I got into them when I heard their the lead single. It's called "Pay the Man," and they have this very interesting sound where it's basically fans of Gorillaz and like old school Beck, I think, would be really into this.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a lot of kind of influence there. Because they're not like necessarily full on hip hop. They're like alternative with elements of both rock and hip hop.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of fun, man. They have like some cool like sampling and such. But the kind of the driving force of this album is like they have these like really sick like drum beats and such, and they do a lot with like a lot of organic instrumentation, but it's still like clearly like, you know, those elements of hip hop with like the sampling and such. But it's just really cool and is a really fun listen, honestly, because like it's just the kind of album that you can put on that's just really fun.
Yeah.
Not really much more that I can say about it. It's just like really,
It's just a fun old jam.
yeah, and it's really well crafted.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to listen to more from them.
Is it Ghost of Vroom like a car,
Yeah,
or like a room you sleep in?
Ghost of Vroom,
Gotcha.
like a car.
All right, that's easy to remember.
Yeah, my favorite songs would be, well, there's like not really a bad song on here, but I love Pay the Man, Still Getting It Done, As the Kid Goes for Broke. Yesterday in California is like one of their more like kind of sad, heartfelt ones, but it's still like got a nice groove to it.
Yeah.
Your bones in the mud, slipping off your wrist. Yeah, it's really fun. So I would highly recommend them. It's like one of my favorite discoveries of this year. So yeah, that's my number 10, Ghost of Vroom 3 by Ghost of Vroom.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that album.
Dang.
Never-
What?
I'm just kidding.
You knew it?
I don't know what it is.
Oh, holy
I want to
crap.
listen to it now, though. What?
Actually, oh man, this is just,
What?
this is an exclusive here on the podcast. I am just discovering that I actually did know about them.
Really?
Before. Holy crap.
Whoa.
There was, okay, I only knew one song from them, and it's from 2020. It's called 1918. Yeah, I saw the album art. I was like, wait, I recognize that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because there's that one song that I listened to. 1918 is a good song too. That makes total sense.
Nice.
Okay, well that was fun.
I feel like
Live
that's
on
me.
the podcast.
I feel like that was me with like a Sunset Roller Coaster song, and I was like, oh yeah, they did that one EP. I was like weirdly obsessed with.
Oh yeah, when we did that on the podcast. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah. I remember.
That sounds wacky.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's okay.
Stalactite. Stalagmite. What? Meteorite. Yeah.
All right. I'm ready for my number 10. My number 10, I only listened to it like a little bit ago because I like totally forgot they had a new album, and it ended up being pretty dope. I am not incredibly familiar with this artist outside of some of their obvious albums that probably everyone has listened to, but it was Isn't It Now by Animal Collective.
30 seconds is pretty good, right?
Animal Collective, they did the album from 2009 called Merriweather Post Pavilion. That's the album everyone's like probably familiar with it. Everyone knows a few songs on it.
It hurts my eyes.
That album's awesome, and I also loved Strawberry Jam from 2007. Those are the only two albums I had listened to.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of records. And yeah, they had a new one out, and I decided to listen to it, and it's a lot more like live instruments, like more guitars and drumming. There's still a lot of the crazy, wacky, like production that they're known for and stuff. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, neo psych rock, you know, trippy sounding, very ambient,
drippy,
lots of drip. But no, it was just a cool record. I mean, I'm not going to be able to elaborate much, kind of like you with your number 10, but yeah, it was just really fun. It had really creative style and production. It just oozed like personality, and it's an Animal Collective record, but I liked that they had a lot more like guitar and live instrumentation, because I don't think that is typically what they're known for the most part, but I liked it a lot, and a good mix of their old sound, the old sound I'm familiar with, at least, like it still sounded like them to me. But yeah, it was super cool, really good listen, very spacey, very ambient at times. Yeah, I loved it. It was super cool.
I'm trying to remember if I really listened to much from them.
You'd probably have to like listen to a couple songs to really know.
Yeah, I know the name, but I guess I don't think there's actually anything that I've really listened to.
I'm sure there's like a song or two you'd be like, oh, I've heard that.
Yeah, maybe.
Let me see.
They seem to do a lot of movie soundtracks.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm scared.
Hang on.
I don't know this song, but...
Wait for the chorus.
He sounds like Connor
you ever
Oberst.
Heard that?
No.
It kind of does. Yeah, it's a Shakey. Yeah, no, that's the song that like I knew. They had some songs in like skateboarding games. So I was like, oh yeah, I knew them from that.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
That's kind of like where I found them from. Yeah, Summertime Clothes is like one of their most popular songs. My Girls is their most popular track, I guess.
Okay.
I don't need to do this right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they're cool. Animal Collective is dope. You would like them. You would like their production. You would like their sound and their style.
It already sounds like something I would like.
Yeah. Yeah, very like experimental, very like wacky and trippy balls. Smoke weed to it, dude. I hate when that's like the only comparison people can think of for music like that. But yeah, it's like it's trippy vibes. It's cool. It's experimental. It's like it's psychedelic.
Nice.
Yeah, it's psych rock.
Yeah. What more do you want, freaks?
Love and money.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That's all I need. Anyways, next.
Cool. Next. Get on with it already.
I'm going to make an album called Love and Money. I'm a genius. People are going to be like, whoa, that's crazy.
I was going to say, I feel like that's already been
Thor,
done.
Love and Money.
Love and Money.
I'm going to make the worst album of all time.
I was going to say I thought that was a Need to Breathe song, but that's Money and Fame.
Yeah, see.
Yeah. All right, well, on to my number 9. This one is also a new discovery for me, but when I say it, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are gonna like face palm and be like, how did you not know about this person?
Curious.
Like before?
Watch me. I'm not gonna know who
because
it is.
this is actually also a very recent addition into this top 10. I don't think, in fact, I don't think I discovered it until like this month.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I'm curious if you would know who this is, but my number 9 is Desire, I Want to Turn Into You by Caroline Polachek.
Welcome to my island. See the palm trees waving the wind. Welcome to my island. Hope you like me. You ain't leaving. Welcome to my island. See the palm trees waving the wind. Welcome to my island. Hope you like me. You ain't leaving.
No reaction.
Let me see the album art.
Okay,
Or like the person. I don't know.
this is the album art.
I don't think I know her.
Okay, so
What's her other albums? Let me see some of her other albums.
Okay.
The name is
Gosh, dang
like
it.
kind of vaguely familiar.
Her most popular song is "So Hot You're Hurting My Feelings."
Yeah, same.
Yeah, this is from a couple years ago.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
Her album arts
When
are
I-
really funny though.
yeah, when I discovered her,
Is she like crazy popular?
her songs on Spotify, they all have like over 10 million streams.
Oh, okay.
Her "So Hot You're Hurting My Feelings" has like almost.
It's okay to
100
not know
million.
about someone unless they have like 100 million.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
That's the social rule.
But it's like I discovered her because she had a Tiny Desk concert video that I just got recommended to me, and I'm like,
I need to
this
keep,
looks
see. I need to
interesting.
keep up with Tiny Desk because that's how I
I
find a lot.
don't. That's the thing.
That's how I literally don't. But I feel like I've found a lot of cool artists because of them.
Yeah, this is a good example.
Yeah.
I don't even like. I was just like, this looks interesting, because I don't watch Tiny Desk concerts really, unless it's an artist I know and it just gets recommended to me. But I put her on for some reason. I was like, I really like her vibe.
Yeah.
But her Tiny Desk concert doesn't really like capture her full sound, of course.
Yeah.
And I would describe her as like, she's like all the great culminations of like Lorde, Sarah McLachlan, and like Sinead O'Connor, all those cool kind of sounds, because she has like a great mixture of like 80s and 90s nostalgia, like mixed with modern pop.
Okay.
She's also a really talented vocalist. She does this really cool thing. I don't know what it's called, but it's like almost like yodeling, sort of. It's kinda
Vibrato.
Like that. No,
I'm just
shut
kidding.
up. I know what vibrato
I
is.
know. I'm
but
just
it's
being,
that like
I'm just being a meanie. Yeah.
that kind of effect. But she like
Like
does
yeah,
it
yeah,
in
you
a-
like go in and out of like a falsetto kind of.
yeah, yeah. It's
A
like
Tarzan, if you will.
you just have to listen to her.
We call it the
music.
elegant Tarzan.
Yeah. But so like when I discovered her, like I looked her up. I was like, oh, apparently she's like kind of popular. And like I looked up, apparently like the Needle Drop gave this album like well, I didn't watch it, but he had like the yellow flannel on. So
Yeah.
like, okay, so
that means
people,
it was good.
people know about her and people like her. And I was
Yeah.
like, the more I listened to the album, I'm like, yeah, this is like right down my alley in terms of like the pop music that I really like. And she has like her own fun,
Yeah, I
unique
gotta check
twist
that out.
on it.
I was heavily lacking on like good pop music that year. I didn't really like listen to a lot of
Yeah.
pop stuff.
Yeah, kind of the same for me. But the thing is that like some people who are familiar with her probably might be like, well, like, why is she so low in your list? I'm like, well, I only just like discovered her in this album, so it's like still kind of growing on me. But I love
the sauce is not marinated on the steak.
Yeah, exactly. The pizza is not quite ready yet, but it's still a great pizza. There are songs, Welcome to My Island, Pretty Impossible. That was the first song that I heard by her. By her. I was trying to do her voice. But then like I Believe, Blood and Butter, Butterfly Net, and Billions are also great. There's also a song that Grimes features on that's pretty cool. It's called Fly to You. But yeah, she's a really exciting artist, as those in the industry would probably
and up and coming artist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't know. I guess I'm also really happy because after the disappointment of Lord's last album, I don't know, that throne of like
filled in the gap.
Yeah, of like that gap of like really cool like female pop artist.
Yeah.
She filled in that gap for me. So it was a really, really exciting discovery for me. So, yeah, I'm excited to listen. I want to listen to her other album, and I guess she has a new single out called Dang. I haven't listened to it yet, but
Dang, man.
But yeah, really, really great pop album, and I'm really excited to like continue listening to it and falling in love with it more. But yeah, that's my number 9, Desire I Want to Turn Into You by Caroline Polachek.
Yeah!
Yeah! Cool.
All right. My number 8.
No. 9.
My number 9. My number 9.
You're welcome.
I like forgot who went first. This is an artist I never listened to before until this year. This is an example.
A lot of new discoveries this year. I like it.
Yeah, I will say after this point, it's like it's mostly familiar artists for me, but
yeah,
a lot of good new artist discoveries this year. Songs from this album constantly kept showing up in my like Spotify radios. Like when we would be driving up north to Abby's family, we have like 2 hours to listen to music. So I'll just play my Spotify. I'll go on my day list, whatever. And songs from this album kept constantly coming up, and I was like, "This is cool." And I listened, and we just like listened to the album a couple times, and it was really cool. I liked it a lot. I'd never heard of the band, but they seem like relatively popular. But it's kind of like a weird, they have a weird name, Slaughter Beach Dog.
Nice.
The album is Crying, Laughing, Waving, Smiling.
Surfing New Jersey. The one I know isn't here. They look at me funny.
I love it already.
And yeah, it's really, you would probably like it. The album has it's got some like folk country twangy vibes to it.
The
like
name sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's got this like indie country vibe going on, and it's just a really nice listen. It was great driving music. I loved it. Really just like cool vocals, and yeah, just it was just a really, really enjoyable listen. I have nothing deep to say about it. My 10 and 9 are just albums where I'm like, they just sounded cool. I didn't like dive into lyrics or like anything deep, but I listened to them because they were just great sounding, great produced, greatly performed records. Yeah, and this one was cool. I don't know what any of their other albums sound like. I don't know if this is a style they were experimenting with, but it made me want to listen to a lot of their other stuff because it just I love like indie country vibes. I love. Like, I think it's really cool, and this just kind of fits that bill, you know. I feel like it used to be more of a rare thing, like we find like, an indie band, but they kind of have a country folk twang to them. Mm-hmm. Used to be kind of a rare thing, like Pine Grove. I was like, it was weird.
Yeah.
It's like they're indie, but they sound like they like country music. It's like that kind of thing.
Do you like country music?
But no, it was cool. It was a really fun record, and I want to listen. It felt like a cool artist discovery, and I got to listen to it more. I have no idea if this was an album that reviewed well or if fans liked it, but I listened to it and I liked it a lot. So,
well, they got a lot of streams on Spotify.
Yeah,
looks like not really for this.
You have no idea what their other stuff sounds like, so maybe this is like an out there album for them, or maybe it's totally in line with their whole sound. So,
I guess there's only one way to find out.
But yeah, it's good. It's a good album.
Very nice. Slaughter Beach Dog. I like how there's a comma in there, so it's like Slaughter Beach Dog.
Yeah, Slaughter Beach Dog.
Nice. Cool.
Black sands beach on a rising Sunday, on an Easter morning in my dream. Boardwalk blues blowing through my arcade in my ice cream stand. There's French fries too.
All right. Well, my number 8.
No.
Stop confusing me.
No, yeah.
Old man.
Hey.
Old grandpa.
I'm only 12.
Let's get you back to your bed.
Get back in your grave. All right.
You're not supposed to be out here, Grandpa Owens.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Wah, wah.
I just love spending time with you.
I don't know what's happening, but
continue.
Okay, so 2023 I knew was like going to be a magical year of music because this particular artist was coming out with new music. When was their last album? So I feel like bless you.
Thank you.
Before this album came out, they hadn't released like a full studio album since in over 10 years. So yeah, I was and even then that album was kind of a cover album of their own music. So their last original studio album was from 2002. So this was all new material and it was really exciting. Yeah, so anyways, I'll just say it. My number 8 is I.O. by Peter Gabriel.
Yeah, I forgot he put out like new stuff.
Yeah, so
cool.
Some people might be surprised why it isn't like higher, because sure a lot of people know that like Peter Gabriel's like one of my all-time favorites, and I'll get into that. But IO is it was a really interesting release because he, for like a whole year, he was releasing. He pulled a song machine, Gorilla's song machine. Released a new single every full moon, and he did that until the whole album was out. And the other interesting thing about this release was that he released 2 different mixes of the whole album, like for each song. One was he called a bright side mix, where there's a lot more emphasis on like higher frequencies and like brighter instrumentation. And then he also released a dark side mix versions where there was more emphasis on like low frequencies and, kind of bassier sounds and such. And I don't really know which one I prefer personally. I haven't really compared the whole album to each other, but yeah, anyways, it was a really exciting release for me because he hadn't released any new original material in so long.
Dang, yeah.
And each single, like, I was just loving, like, for a while. I don't love every single on here, but it's just great. And it's really great to know that he still got it, he's not just some old fart trying to, make music, but like a lot of this still like feels like really fresh. Not really like nostalgia grabbing, although it is like a lot of this does harken back to his like 80s releases and such, but it's still like very fresh and very new. And yeah, just a lot of heart put into it. You can tell that he still really cares about his music. And the only problem that I had with the album, and I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. I've realized that Song Machine was pretty much like is basically the exception. Because I've realized I really don't like it when artists do this.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was wondering, like, if it was. Okay, I'm curious if he was actually inspired specifically by that. And I remember we were wondering, like, I wonder if any other artists will like try and do something like this.
Yeah,
and I feel like it worked for Gorillaz. I feel like the idea of it. Another artist just doing it for just like a random album would be weird. I don't know.
I just kind of realized that maybe not even just exactly that, but also like artists who like they release like a ton of singles before the full album is out.
Yeah,
and
I don't like that.
I've realized that it kind of steals from the magic of like listening to the whole album for the first time.
Yeah.
Especially when the singles have been out for a long time. It's like, yeah, I like these songs, but it's like I've already heard these.
Yeah.
And
then when the whole thing comes out, it's like you don't really have a new album. You have like one more song technically.
Yeah, yeah.
But then you just re-listen to. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I feel like it worked for Song Machine for
Somehow
some reason.
Did.
Maybe it's because like they have the visual component. Each one came with a music video. Maybe, but I also think that it wasn't really like, oh, it's going to be a cohesive album. It's like, no, we're just going to like make a single each month, and then you just have like all of them. Now we'll just put them all together for you. But,
right.
But if you take an album that's supposed to be paced a certain way and you just split it up like month by month, I think that's weird. But Song Machine felt like it was, all the songs were written in mind knowing they were basically just going to be singles.
Yeah.
Not like the fourth song of an album. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I kind of almost regret having to like listening to every single as they came out.
Yeah.
But I feel like all I really got to do is just like probably take some time away from it and then like come back to the album and like be able to fully appreciate it. But still, it's still great.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of these songs ended up being like on my Spotify top 5. Great songs are Panopticon. It's got this really cool, like dark, kind of 80s feel to it. The Court is like awesome and haunting, kind of. And I.O. is a really fun song. Four Kinds of Horses is also another, like, there's a lot of cool, like, dark kind of songs on here that I really like. Road to Joy is really fun. What was the...
It's a good Bright Eyes song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it also utilize the Ode to Joy melody?
No.
Oh.
It does not.
Fake.
What was the one? Why am I... No, yeah, Road to Joy was the song that I felt like had some strong Spyro vibes to it. Specifically, Year of the Dragon Spyro.
Oh, nice.
Which is, I feel like, is kind of rare. But like I listened to it and it's like, oh yeah, this is like some like good like Year of the Dragon kind of vibes to it.
I need to update that playlist. I haven't touched it in so long.
Yeah, you should. I should send you this song and you put it on there.
I'll add it.
Yeah. So yeah, I really did enjoy it. There's some songs that are kind of like, I could skip this, but still, the highs of this album definitely outweigh the just like not so high tracks. So still, I'm so glad that he is still making music. He's one of my heroes. So yeah, of course, this was going to be in my top 10, at least. So. Yeah, that's my number 8. It's I.O. Peter Gabriel.
Good job, Peter.
Good job, PT.
Good job making music.
You made a good song.
You're making music.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
With your old little fingers. My number 8.
His old stubby little fingers.
Little wrinkly fingies. So gross. All right, my number 8 is This Stupid World by Yola Tango.
Tengo came out with new music.
Yeah,
huh?
I love Yola Tango.
Yeah, you do.
I have probably not. They have a lot of music. I feel like I've listened to most of their albums though, but I'm not like the biggest diehard fan. I'm not, an expert on them by any means, but they have quite a few albums I really love, and I Can Hear the Heart Beating as One is like a top 10 album for me of all time. I adore it. Love them dearly. And yeah, they put this out last year, And yeah, This Stupid World, it just felt, I saw some people really weren't crazy for it, but like I'm pretty sure Needle Drop gave it like a really negative review, but Pitchfork really liked it, I think. So it seemed like really mixed reception by people. Thinks? I know, right? But I really liked it. I remember listening to it, and it just has really old, like kind of classic Yo La Tengo vibes. Like it reminded me a little more of like I Can Hear the Heart Beating as One, like that era of like a little more experimental, a little more like noise rock, and you know, it has its more traditional, like just kind of acoustic song. It's a little more on the folky side, but then they'll just get really weird with a lot of noisy guitar and just have like a 10-minute song of just guitar feedback. Like not literally, but
awesome.
But yeah, just it just gave me vibes of some of their older stuff, and I liked that a lot. And it sounds like it could have been something from like 20 years ago or something, which I really like about it. It was cool. You know, nothing. I definitely don't like it near as much as some of their older records. It's not one of their bests or anything, but I really liked it. I liked nearly every song on it, and I just maybe like one or two, maybe one of them I'm like, okay, this goes on a little too long, you know. But yeah, a great record. Just gets really noisy. It's also very gentle at times. Just has a lot of it kind of like makes me think of when I was talking about Untitled. I'm like, it'll be really loud, and then it'll be really quiet, and then it'll be really loud. Like this album kind of does that a little bit.
That's some good dynamic.
Yeah, it's just a very varied styled album, and I like it a lot, and I love Yo La Tengo.
Well, I already love the album title.
Yeah, it's cool.
Stupid World.
This Stupid World. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. Nothing more deep to say. That's like half my list. You know, I'm not gonna have anything crazy deep to say about a lot of these.
It's okay, Mitchell.
I think after this one, I'm gonna have a lot more interesting things to say about these records. But yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
There we go.
Stupid World.
My number 8.
Yeah, I think I can say I.O. by Peter Gabriel and a lot of these next few albums, they're all just kind of like pretty much like the same in terms of like my rating of them. Yeah. I just had to put them in this order, you know, because I had to have
that's how I am about my like 10, 9, 8. Like they're all pretty even, honestly.
Yeah.
They're like, kind of like rating wise, it'd be very similar, and then after this point, I think the order is a lot more defined.
Yeah.
So feel that.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess my number 7 is actually a metal band, which I've realized that I've not really talked about a lot on this podcast.
No, you really don't.
Except for that Chariot and MCR episode. But
yeah.
Outside of that, it's been a long time since I've had a metal album, I feel like, in my top 10. And this was a little band that...
Just a little band.
Is a little band that actually kind of like unofficially broke up, kind of went on hiatus like a few years back, and it was like not sure whether they were going to get back again. And they were one of my favorites because they're so creative with their sound, and that's usually the kind of metal that I like, is that it's unique and different.
Yeah.
But they came back, and they had a really interesting concept, pun unintended, for this album. But it's the album is Again by The Ongoing Concept. ever heard of them?
Yeah, I've heard the name. I don't think I've listened to them, though.
Okay. Yeah, they've always been known to have this really cool blend of different genres. Like, they kind of started out as, like, they combined, like, Western country sort of with metal. But ever since then, they've just experimented with a whole bunch of different sounds. There's still a sort of, like, they've still always kind of had a prevalent sort of, like, Southern influence on their music. But
I think you showed me one of their songs once.
Possibly, yeah. Because I'm just a big fan.
Yeah.
Their most popular song is Cover Girl.
Yeah, I think you showed me something from Saloon. I'm like looking.
Yeah,
that's like one of the album arts. Just like looks familiar.
Yeah, Saloon is kind of like their most well-known album. That was kind of like their magnum opus.
Yeah,
I guess. But yeah, so they've always been just a really interesting group, and I was so glad that they got back together. And also they got back together with like a lot of their original members, because a lot of them kind of left after the first couple albums. So I'm pretty sure this album is like mostly their original like core lineup, which was really cool. But the interesting thing about this album is that, and this is something that I had never really heard of before, of any artist doing this, but basically they took a lot of their like more well-known songs and basically made sequels to them.
Interesting.
And that's why the album is called Again. And basically they took their songs and like added again to it. So there's like one of their popular songs is like Prisoner, and so they wrote Prisoner Again. There's You Will Go Again, Failures and Fakes Again.
That's kind of an interesting idea.
Yeah, but it's not like
they wrote the same song.
Yeah,
again.
it's not like they're like covering
lyrically,
it.
I'm sure they're tied.
Lyrically, and some of the songs kind of like musically, stylistically, conceptually, they kind of were very influenced by the original song, but some of these songs like don't really sound like much anything like the original.
It's fitting for the band's name too, like the ongoing concept.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
clever. I never really thought about that.
It's clever. I like it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just a really interesting concept for an album that I'd never heard of, but like on its own, the album still really stands up. Like it's not even, I don't really even think of it. Like when I listen to it, I'm not really thinking of it really as like, I guess like cash grabbing on their previous songs.
Right.
Like there's still like all new original stuff, and they just kind of did it again with this album of just like creating like really fun, I guess, metalcore songs that are just really fun and interesting to listen to. Like sonically, they like, instrument wise, they're just always doing something like different and fun, and yeah, that's what I've always appreciated about them. And this is probably one of their best albums so far.
Yeah, I'm curious now because I feel like I remember you showed me a song by them and it was cool, but I just forgot.
Yeah,
I'll have to check that out.
It's good stuff. And I also last year had the privilege of seeing them live because they played at Audio Feed Fest, and they actually played 2 sets at Audio Feed. They played their first set. They played their album Saloon front to back, and then the next set that they did on the next day, it was just kind of like a more regular show for them. But they're a lot of fun to watch, and yeah, if you guys are into metalcore or whatever, I don't know what the genres are, but I would highly recommend the Ongoing Concept. They've always been one of those bands that I'm always gonna. There's a lot of like metal bands that I listened to back in the day that I've just kind of like dropped off, sort of.
Yeah.
But the Ongoing Concept is just like kind of always been there. They've always been there for me.
Yeah.
So,
nice.
But yeah, so that's my number 7 again by the Ongoing Concept. So,
good job, guys.
Good job, Ongoing Concept.
My number 7 is not a metal album.
You're breaking the flow, man.
I'm honestly surprised this one was on here, like even near
What's
the
it
middle.
doing on here? I didn't put it on my list.
And you'll understand why when I talk about it, but I'm happy it's on here and that it's like not just an honorable mention. I'm happy I liked it as
Cracker
much
Island.
as I did. Nope. Not even close. It's actually But Here We Are by Foo Fighters.
It came in a flash. It came out of nowhere. It happened so fast, and then it was over. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Is this happening now? Are you feeling?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my number 7. I really liked this record a lot. I was very surprised how much I liked it. This is one at 2. I didn't really like their last couple albums. I thought, what was it, Medicine at Midnight or whatever, Concrete and Gold.
Yeah.
That one had some good songs on it, but like as an album, I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't really liked a whole album of theirs since Wasting Light.
Mm-hmm.
That's like one of their best ones. Like that's the last full album, like a Sonic City, whatever it was called. I'm like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of churned into, they're coming out with a new album. I'm gonna like 2 songs off of it, and that's it. It kind of became that for like a while.
Yeah.
I liked pretty much every song on this record. It just felt, I don't know, something about it just felt very, a lot more genuine and like a little less commercial than their last couple records.
Less commercialized. Yeah.
And I mean, it's probably for a sad reason. I mean, just the album title, But Here We Are. I mean, it was made after like the death of Taylor Hawkins, which was like devastating. Like that was horrible.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was just like a huge bummer. And I was like, dang, like what's going to happen? And like this album came out and it's like, it's called But Here We Are. And it's like, you know, even just the title alone, I'm like, it's a simple title, but I'm like, dang, you know, like, yeah, it's kind of the sentiment. Like, what do we do? You know?
Yeah.
And I think Dave Grohl, like drummed on it, right? He did the drums for the record.
Right.
And it was.
Doesn't he? Well, didn't he used to, like, he would actually, like, record the drums on their albums and then Taylor would just play them?
He may have. I think he did for one of the records. I don't really know.
Okay.
If I'm being honest, I think that was something for at least one of the older albums, but I can't be certain for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I just liked it a lot. It was I was really surprised how emotional like it made me at a couple points. I was like, dang, like this. And I mean, it was fresh off the whole Taylor Hawkins thing and stuff, but it just felt like a very emotionally driven record, which it was. It was an emotionally driven record, and it was just so loud. And I mean, it even had some like really cool, almost like noisy rock moments that just felt very different from them, but still sounded a lot like them. Like I'm thinking of, I need to find the song that I'm thinking of. I think it was Show Me How, and I think it was his daughter that sang on it with him.
Yeah.
Like that one had a really cool vibe to it, and I loved The Teacher. It's like a really long song that just like explodes in the end. The album just was paced really well. I loved the pacing of it.
Oh no, that's Show Me How.
Show Me How.
Oh wait,
what did I say?
No, never mind.
Oh, okay. But yeah, anyways, I just liked the whole thing. Like, it felt like a good classic, like Foo Fighters record. It wasn't really trying to be weird and different like Medicine at Midnight. I think that's what the album was called. I'm kind of forgetting. It just felt like they were trying to. I don't know, it sounds like I'm trying to lock them in a box, but they sort of departed a little bit stylistically for a couple of records, and it just felt like this going back to what I really like about Foo Fighters, which
just
is like really loud rock music.
Yeah,
but
making a solid rock album.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's also not just doing what made them popular and just regressing. It still felt like a progression of what I like about them. It still felt like an evolution of my favorite sound of theirs. It didn't just feel like an old record. It felt like what I liked about their old records, but done in a new way.
Right.
And I may have dropped off Foo Fighters for a while. It's not like they're one of my favorite bands, but Dave Grohl's like just one of my favorite people, and he's just really awesome, and I just respect the guy, and especially like everything he's been through. I mean, he drummed for Nirvana, and Nirvana like was one of my favorites, and I know, right? But yeah, I respect the dude, even if I kind of fell off for a few records there. I'm always going to be curious when they put out something new, and
right.
It was really exciting to hear them just really dive in to this record, and just felt like they gave it their all, and it felt like it meant a lot to them, and I kind of got that vibe listening to it, and it was really cool. And it's not like the best album ever. It's probably not even, I wouldn't even say it's their best album at all, but it's just really good, and I liked it, and it stuck out a lot to me that year. So
nice.
Yeah, Foo Fighters, but here we are. It feels good to say that a Foo Fighters record was one of my favorites again.
Sure, yeah.
Because honestly, I wasn't really expecting a lot. I was like, I'm gonna like think it's fine, and then I keep mentioning Needle Drop. I don't know why. It's interesting because a lot of people
controls our
but
music.
he loved that album, and that I think that's what surprised me, because I was like, if he likes it, like something must be going on there.
I mean, I guess like for all that we've said about Anthony Fantano, when he really likes an album, that's saying something.
He's like, for me, he's like, look, I think it's cool what he's done. I don't like think it's bad to like to agree with him fully or whatever. It's just, for me, I haven't lined up with a lot of his opinions in a while, but like Rotten Tomatoes, I can kind of use him as a bit of a guide sometimes.
Yeah, it's like a gauge.
So when I see him like something, I'm usually drawn. It's usually just the negative stuff. Like sometimes he dislikes stuff, and I'm like, I disagree with your criticisms. But whenever he like likes something, I'm still kind of drawn to be like, ooh, because he's really smart. He knows what he's talking about. You know?
Very rarely has he ever like liked something where I've been like, oh, I don't like that at all. But
I'm always curious. And sometimes, like, I've listened to some of the albums he gives a 10, and I'm like, I don't get it, dude. But yeah, it was cool to see that a Foo Fighters record was just, really clicking with critics. Not just him, but, like, even your pitchforks and just your other music outlets. I don't know any others. But
no one else matters.
Foo Fighters.
It's, I got to say, I listened to this album.
You hated it.
Like, no.
No.
I listened to it like once through. And I really, just for some reason, I just didn't, I didn't really retain anything except for Show Me How. That song like really stood out to me
really
for
good.
Some reason.
Yeah.
It was like I really liked the vibe of it, and I listened the heck out of that track. But for some reason, just I didn't go back to the album, and I feel like I should.
You should give it another shot.
Yeah, give it another shot because I really don't remember anything.
I listened to it like 3 times. Like it was when Abby and I were driving up to her parents like every other weekend, and I would play it while we were driving. And then I listened to it at work. Like at first, I was like, yeah, it was pretty good, and then I re-listened to it, and it kind of grew on me like with each listen. And I kind of felt that way too. I was like, yeah, it was pretty good. And then I was like, I kind of want to listen to it again. And then I listened to it again, and I was like, oh, nice. And yeah, it really clicked with me. I don't know. I think it's their definite. It's like their best sounding record since Wasting Light. Like, it's really good. It's I feel like a lot of rock records, especially really big, huge, pretty mainstream bands like Foo Fighters, when they make a record, it can be pretty repetitive. You know, it's just like, all right, it's like it's a guitar riff. I get it.
It's a guitar riff.
I love guitar riffs and stuff. I love live instrumentation and stuff, organic instruments. But sometimes rock records can be really repetitive and
if it's just
variety.
like straight up rock.
But I do feel like this one did a good job of mixing up a lot of good vocal melody, like a lot of good melodies, a lot of good variety and mood.
Yeah.
Like, you'll have your more like powerful song, you'll have your more like kind of dour emotional song, more triumphant song. It's good.
Yeah.
I have my emotional connection to it too. So like, I feel like maybe that helped, which I'm okay with.
Mm-hmm.
Admitting like maybe the Taylor Hawkins situation probably made me like it more than I would have without. I don't know.
Well, I think there is something to say that usually like tragedy brings out some of the best art.
Yeah. Because it felt like Dave Grohl was writing some of the most meaningful lyrics he had in a while. So, especially on like stuff like The Teacher. Like, I love The Teacher. That's a great one. So and the closing song is great. It's good. Nice. Anyways, that's all I got.
So grateful for the Foo Fighters fighting all that foo for us.
Get rid of the foo.
Yeah, man. Cool. All right. Well, my number 6. Actually, it's funny that they're the number 6. It was one of your honorable mentions, actually.
Ooh.
And it is Yes and by 68.
Oh, nice.
68
yeah,
is my
I
number
figured that
6.
would be on yours.
Yeah, dancing alone and making a scene, locked in a cage, claiming you're free. You're buying up more than you'll ever sell, digging your grave or digging it well. If failure was real, I would not escape. Now throw me a bone and see if I break. We're tossing wishes to the sea, willing wolves and great ennui. Kick them in the teeth of the rounds of my towels. We'll blame it on the disco.
Yeah, this album is awesome.
It is really awesome. I need to listen to it more. That's one I'm like, it probably would have been, but I listened to it like once in the car.
Yeah,
and I just never got back to
it. I listened to a lot of this album like since it came out. Which, oh gosh, I forgot it only came out in September. That's crazy. I feel like it
feels like it was in the summer,
Yeah, but I mean, anyways, big 68 fan. Like anything that Josh Skogan does, like you guys can listen to our episode where we talked about One Wing by the Chariot. I
love 68. I liked this way more than their last one.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Give One Take One was like, it was okay. That one got a little repetitive and a little boring to me.
Yeah,
but I love Two Parts Viper and Humor and Sadness is still my favorite.
Yeah, and I loved Yes and because I feel like you're right. I did feel like the previous album was a bit too repetitive.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit monotonous, which is not good for 68.
I feel like I remember the singles came out. I was like, this is sick, but as a whole album, I was like, I just got a little tired of it. I don't know.
Yeah, but Yes and was I believe was a return to form. For them. They
definitely more in line with Two Parts Viper, which is a little obvious because of the album art. It has the Viper on it. But
Oh yeah, that's true.
Two Parts Viper rocks. Like I remember being like, this one's whatever, and that one grew on me a lot.
Yeah.
I just love that first record, man.
Yeah. It's all good, you know. I have a ton of respect for what they do.
Yeah,
and
same.
This album is just really fun. You can tell that they had fun with it. In fact, I kind of hearken it back to. It kind of reminds me of One Wing, where it's just like you kind of feel like that they're doing the same thing for a little bit, but then they like throw in something like really like just comes out of nowhere, you know, just kind of keeps you guessing for the whole album. I love how I can't remember which song it is. I think we need to normalize singers saying things like, "Hey, bring back the drums," you know, like in a recording, you know.
Yeah, I love stuff like that.
Yeah, it's great, and just like little moments that like really like keep you interested and just like really really well crafted. I love probably my favorite is probably End This War, because like most of the album is like really chaotic, but I love it whenever like either with the Chariot or 68, when they just like all of a sudden break into like a very like straightforward like chord rock progression. Yeah. You know, where it's like, oh, there's like some like melody in this. And
they're really good at stuff like that.
It stands out, you know. So I love how they do stuff like that. Another one of my favorite moments is like the closer, Within the Hour They Were No More. I love how at the end they're just kind of repeating "never fade out, never fade out," and then it seems like the song is like actually gonna fade out, and it kind of does. But then they're like, "Nope, just kidding," and then they just go back into the song.
Yeah,
and then the song just actually doesn't fade out. So it's a lot of fun stuff like that.
I love it's very like just gets creative with it. Has a lot of fun. I like how they do their song titles in all their albums too.
Yeah, the track listing.
Like the first one, it's like Regret Not or something, like track 1 or track 1 2, like it spells out a thing. Then two parts Viper and Give One Take One. The song lists, they're not like sentences, but they read like poetry almost. If it reads like a poem if you read all the song titles.
Yeah.
And I like that this one kind of is more of like it's like a short story.
Yeah.
Like the way it's cool. I like they're just creative and
it's
interesting.
very
I like that they do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's very similar to The Fiancé by The Chariot.
Yeah.
Because this one is with distance between the captain sat. Remove their hooks, remove their hats. Let's be friends. End this war. They all agreed, then got bored. Within the hour, they were no more.
Yeah, I'm just like it's like a little short story. And, like that. Their album song lists like read in order, read out like a little poem or a story or something.
And The Fiancé is back to back. They faced each other. They drew their swords and shot each other. The deaf policeman heard this noise, then came to kill the two dead boys. And then the last two tracks are Forgive Me Nashville and The Trumpet.
Yeah.
But yeah, Josh is just always doing stuff like that, and I love it. And
they still work as like, I mean, the first album is maybe a little harder to be like, wait, track 4T, like what?
Yeah.
But I like that alone. You can still be like, the captain sat, like that's still a cool song title. Like End of This War, Let's Be For. Like they still work as song titles. It doesn't just feel like the middle of a sentence, but when you read it all, it's like, oh, they all go together.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's smart.
Yeah, it's really cool conceptually. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, just one word I could give this album is just fun. Like, it is not a boring listen at all. And it sounds great, and they're so creative. It's just when it comes to, like, I guess they're not really, like, metalcore. I guess they're like post-hardcore with, like, influences of, like, blues and rock and roll and such. But when it comes to that kind of music, like, it has to like stand out and like be unique. And so it's a big reason why I love it. So that's my, what was it? Number 6, I think. Yeah. Number 6. Yeah. 'Cause 68. Yes. And by 68.
Yeah. I'm going to listen to it again and maybe I'll retroactively decide I like it. It should have been on my list a bit more, but no, it's cool.
You'll have to go back and edit the podcast.
Probably change it.
Cool.
All right. My number 6, we've already talked about a little bit in your honorable mentions, but my number 6 is Jenny from Thebes by the Mountain Goats.
Supremely filthy mouth, Copaya, Mississippi, points much further south. It's never light outside yet when they climb into the van.
Nice, of course. Jenny from Thebes.
I had it up a lot higher originally, but when I was refining my list, I was like, oh dang. And this is where I'm like, okay, like the top half of my list is like really good stuff for me. Like that's where I get a little more like, yeah, this is legit.
Yeah.
Because Jenny from Thebes, I kind of thought maybe would be my number 1 for a while, but it wasn't. And I like this a lot. We talked about it. I think it's stylistically their most like distinct album since Goths. Their release ever since Goths, from like In League with Dragons up until Bleed Out, they've all kind of like Bleed Out kind of distinguished itself a little bit by being a little more electric, kind of like rockish, some punk vibes on some songs, but really most of their albums have kind of bled together stylistically, which is fine. You know, we were talking about it. They're not really trying to put out. Goths was like a really a really
like experimental,
intended project. Like they really challenged themselves, no guitar on it, like a very specific theme and stories that all feel connected, all part of one world, one story. It was just conceptually and like musically had a very intended goal.
Yeah.
And I feel like ever since then it's been more like I remember In League with Dragons was coming out and I was so excited. It's like, oh, it's like a D&D themed album. It's going to be all about like songs. And then it came out and it like really wasn't.
No.
Like it had some stuff.
Like a few songs maybe.
Yeah. And I still think he's a great writer no matter what, but the best Mountain Goats albums are just so good. It's like, yeah, like a slightly forgettable Mountain Goats album I'm still gonna love, like to an extent, you know. Like I can listen to them all the way through still, but I just felt like conceptually they're all of his albums, none of them have really stuck out to me like Goths did. Like I was really excited for, you know, like In League, like I said, and then it kind of didn't really feel like the whole album was thematically conceptual.
Yeah.
And that kind of was a running theme. Like Dark in Here, I think has a lot of great songs, but I don't really know what, when I think back on it, I'm like, what was really the story of this record?
What was the point?
Bleed Out was more, I was a little more excited for it because that was inspired by like giallo, like slasher horror films, whatever. And that one, it had some good highlights. I felt like it was a lot more. Like I kind of felt that way when it came out. I was like, oh, this is the best one since Goths probably. But had a few songs I loved and I thought I was really into it, but I just kind of didn't go back to it.
Yeah, it kind of faded out for me because I also was feeling the same about Bleed Out. And
there were some songs I was like, oh, I love this, but after hearing it for the 10th time, I was like, all right, I'm good on this song.
Yeah, it's kind of one note.
Yeah,
sort
a little
of.
one note. Jenny from Thebes, I don't think is going to be like a classic Mountain Goats album or anything, but I do think it's going to stick with me a lot more. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe something like Transcendental Youth, like that kind of, like I like that album a lot, but it's not one I go back to all the time, but I do think about it and there are songs I still go back to.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't think there's one song from In League with Dragons I'll go back to a lot, one or two, like, but I think it'll be in that tier where there'll at least be a good handful of songs that will always be in my Mountain Goats rotation from this one. And it was cool because the story of it was kind of a bit of a sequel to All Hail West Texas, mostly about the Jenny character that has been reoccurring in a lot of his stuff and was mostly from All Hail West Texas, literally a song called Jenny on that. So like writing, it was kind of this idea of like, oh, like follow up on like characters he's written about in older songs. So that was cool. And I feel like that really helped this album feel a little more connected.
Right.
And just stylistically too, like all the songs felt like they fit together a lot more appropriately. Like Bleed Out was great, it had some good stuff, but like some of the higher paced like rock songs, like mixed with the usual typical Mountain Goats, like something that feels like it could be on any of their albums. Yeah. This one did feel, it has a couple songs like that, of course, but it dives way more into like the kind of jaunty, jazzy, like vibe, you know, a lot more horns, a lot more brass, very melodic, very
it's kind of reminiscent of Goths in a way.
In
fact, I think there was one song, I can't remember which one it is, it was like one of the singles, might have been Ground Level, where like I was listening to it and I was like, oh, there's no like guitars in this one. Like, are they going to do another Goths?
I was thinking the exact same thing. So I was like, oh, the first couple singles came out and I don't think there was guitar on them. And I was like, oh, are they doing that? And they didn't. But it felt like they were kind of, but it still has like this specific style. And yeah, it's really good. And there's like maybe a song or two I'm like, it's a little boring, which that's kind of run for the mill for Mountain Goats albums right now. There's always a couple boring songs, which I've accepted that. Especially like he just loves his piano ballads, and that's fine. But this album just has more energy throughout the whole thing, a lot more memorable like songs that I can like think back to than a lot of the previous stuff. And I love the closing track, Great Pirates. Like I just think the chorus of that is so good, and it ends on like a sitcom sounding like brass instruments, like horns and stuff. Like it's so good. Like I love that. It's a very simple song. There's nothing really mind-blowing about it, but something about it is so infectious to listen to. Like I love it. And I loved the singles for this one. Just very much more consistent than their past few records, because I've kind of been falling on the you know, I was a little in denial at first. I was like, no, I have to love all of their albums no matter what, and I've just kind of been like, you know what, I don't love a lot of their recent stuff, and that's totally fine, because they're not trying to make masterpieces. Like they're just,
what if they are though?
I just think John doesn't waste. I mean, they put an album out like every single year.
What if they are trying to make masterpieces and they're really upset by what you're saying?
I mean, sometimes they put out 2 albums a year, like even like
that's true.
So I'm like, I just think like, because it was like Beat the Champ, and then 2 years later we got Goths. Yeah, and it took 3 years for Beat the Champ to come out, and then 2 years for In League, and then after that it's been an album every year. Yeah, sometimes 2 if you include the Jordan Lake sessions, which those are great. Jordan Lake sessions are awesome. Like if you don't love the new albums they're putting out, I think Jordan Lake sessions kind of make up for it, because it's like all their old stuff just performed live, and it's recorded great and it sounds awesome. Right. But yeah, Jenny from Thebes is super good. Yeah, I really like it. It's definitely the best since Goths. I've listened to it like probably 5 or 6 times, so it's great. I'm very happy with it, and it's not. I don't even know if it'd be like top 10 Mountain Goats albums for me, because they have a lot of albums I love. There are, they have a lot of albums, but it's great. It's like a great album. Like last few, I'd be like they're good, but this one is leaning more towards what gets me really excited for new Mountain Goats music, and I really hope they keep pushing themselves a little more to make something really special again. Yeah, you know? And not every album they put out needs to be a 10. I think it's a little absurd to want bands to always make a masterpiece and to always top themselves. I'm kind of okay with them just making good albums like every year, because they're always fun. I listen to them, and then you get another one the next year and you listen to it. You know, I don't always need to re-listen to an album that comes out. So that's the vibe they've been on for a while, but this is a little more on like, oh, this is like maybe has some permanent rotation stuff in it, you know, which is cool. So. Yeah. I was disappointed that I didn't end up, because I was excited about finally being able. How dare you? Finally being able to put a Mountain Goats album on my top 10. Yeah, when was the last time you did? Goths, honestly. Yeah. I don't think Goths. It's like unfair too, because this era of Mountain Goats started after Goths, and Goths is like top 5 albums of all time, I think it's my favorite Mountain Goats album.
It's my favorite for sure.
It's like that or Heretic Pride, and it's really hard for me to choose. But
yeah,
I think
Pride
it's
is
Goths.
really good too.
It's the one I listen to the most easily.
Yeah, and part of me thinks that maybe I don't think I put In Leagues in my top 10. I remember us talking about it in 2019.
I wouldn't be surprised if I did out of obligation, but in hindsight, I doubt I would.
Yeah, I think there might have been some recency bias.
It's a good album, but like it has like one of my favorite songs of theirs. Like
there's some good
Waylon
stuff
Jennings
on there.
Live is great, but yeah, that album just had a lot of boring stuff on it.
I think that would have been more of a honorable mention for me at the time. But yeah, so I feel like that I also I wish that I had also maybe had some more time with it. Yeah. I feel like that I could, give it a few more spins and maybe more solidify my like concrete feelings on it. But because I actually didn't love Goths when it first came out.
A lot of people, some people really didn't, because it was so different.
Over time, it's become like one of my all-time favorite albums. Honestly, so. So maybe that's Jenny from Thebes, but then again, like you said, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah,
I think it's like
I doubt it will grow any more for me than it already has. But yeah, I do like it.
Yeah,
a lot.
It's a lot of fun, and it's been a while since I feel like that I could say that about a Mountain Goats album.
Yeah,
so.
It was exciting to like hear him writing like narrative sequels to older classic stuff. Like it was a cool idea, not as conceptually obvious as maybe the ongoing concepts album, but kind of a similar idea of like follow up on characters he's written about in his music before, and that was cool. So
yeah, very cool.
Like it.
Jenny from Thebes. So my number 5, you're not gonna know, but this is a very special number 5 because this is the first time that I don't think I've ever done this before, but where I've put in my top 10 an album that is created by someone that I actually know personally.
Ooh, wow.
Is someone who's become a pretty good friend, as good as friends as you can be when you live like on the other side of the state. But it was someone that I met through audio feed and have had quite a few conversations with him since then, and he is an incredible artist, and he released this album this past year, and it's Home Enough for Now by Benjamin Daniel.
Pick up the phone again and call my dad. I'm half an orphan now and twice as sad. Drove from the valley, left me wanting more. Hills don't remember in the metaphor. Funeral director for a high-priced death.
Noise.
Benjamin Daniel is his style is a lot more, like indie, acoustic, folksy. And this particular album is very unique for different ways. It's actually a very he basically poured his whole heart into this album because these songs that he wrote for this album were actually written pretty much in the aftermath of the death of his mother.
Okay, I was about to say I was looking at the album art.
Yeah, so that's him and his mom, and basically these songs are just basically him processing the whole thing.
Okay.
So, we're talking earlier about how some of the best art comes out of tragedy, and this definitely is the case. It's it can be a very tough listen, but it's also I'd say it's very cathartic, especially if you're going through these types of things.
Right.
But I'm not saying that it's all just completely doom and gloom, because it's not. It has some really positive moments, really beautiful moments. I mean, I'd say this whole album is beautiful, but I think the beauty also comes out of just the topic, the subject matter. So, but Benjamin Daniel is a Christian, so a lot of what he's going through in these songs is through that lens, and him wrestling basically with God and with the passing of his mom. So he poured his heart out onto this, and I think it really shows. Also, just musically, production-wise, it's very interesting because I didn't even realize this until he told me, but all of the guitar tracks that he recorded and all of his vocals were actually recorded at his home on his iPhone.
Yeah, dude, iPhone mics are kind of no joke, honestly.
Yeah.
You can really get away with it.
It's true. I mean, you can still, when he said that, I was like, okay, it kind of makes sense because some moments on the album have that sort of roomy sort of feel to it.
Yeah.
But it still sounds great because he recorded those parts and he sent them to his producer, and I believe any drum tracks and such were actually recorded in a studio. But all of his vocal takes and all of his guitars were recorded on his iPhone, and I think it gives
not to compare my thing to his stuff because it's probably way better, but my aubergine cover, the vocals and all my acoustic guitars, I just did that on my iPhone too.
Oh really?
And then all the drums,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's if you can really get away with it, and it can sound pretty decent.
Yeah. It was his
and then
first
everything
time
else I did on my laptop,
right?
So,
and according to him, it was his first time ever doing that, and he said that he doesn't think that he's going to do that again.
Yeah,
but I think
it's tedious.
Sure, yeah, and
I know exactly how annoying iPhone recording is.
Sure,
yeah,
but he made it really work, and I think it really adds a sort of interesting texture to the whole album.
Yeah, it can sound cool. Yeah, I want to check it out.
I
know you mentioned him earlier. I've never obviously I haven't listened to his stuff, but I want to check this out. It sounds really good.
Yeah, he's his other work is really great too. He has a great album called Shelter Heart, but that's more more studio recording, and he's already working on a new album that I'm really excited about. Fun little fact, when we did our 2018 list, my number 10 I mentioned was an album by Andrew Peterson.
Yeah.
Benjamin Daniel is probably the biggest Andrew Peterson fan that
nice.
I know. And he's actually, it wasn't for this album, not for Home Enough for Now, but for his album Shelter Heart, and for his upcoming album, he worked with Andrew Peterson's son.
Oh, cool.
Who produced those albums. And also his most popular song off of Home Enough for Now, it's called Marrow, and it has Andrew Peterson's daughter, Sky Peterson.
Oh,
and
cool.
That's a great track on there. So it's just kind of cool knowing that he's a huge fan, and now he's been getting to work with his family.
Yeah, that's rad.
Yeah. So there's also some other really cool features on here.
I was looking at the track list and there's a lot of featured artists.
Yeah,
on it.
there's a former Ruins who is a guy that I also know from Audio Feed. I'm not as close with him, but I do know him. Jacob Goins as well, who I actually did a show with him this past year. We did an acoustic show at Nick Gundy's house, and he's an incredibly talented person as well. So this whole album it's really beautiful. It's like an hour long, but it's still like really incredible. And I love these kinds of albums where you can tell there's like so much emotion in it. And I've just become a huge Benjamin Daniel fan, as well as he's become a good friend of mine. And I'm proud to say that this is my number 5. Go check this out and go check out his other music. And I guess I would say some of my favorite moments are his favorite tracks would be, I love Surgical Wound, Flagstaff. It's probably my favorite. Charlize Theron and Marrow, of course. But it's really good.
I'll check that one. I'll have to check it out.
Do it.
Sounds very good.
Yeah.
Keep on giving the sun goes up, it's here unlimited. Watch the right parade, trying to fight the greatest fight and running in quiet. How I'm losing the humors, cruising this back road was not mine for the choosing. God be the fruit of me, I'm at the end of the show. It crushed the hair, you in the middle.
All right, we'll do my number 5.
All right.
And my number 5, I'm honestly, I'm gonna keep it. I was like, ooh, actually, should I make it my number 4? I'm gonna keep it at number 5. My number 5 is Javelin by Sufjan Stevens.
Oh, yeah, I heard that he came out with an album.
Goodbye, evergreen. You know I love you. But everything heaven sent must burn out in the end. I promised you, just as you were in my dream. Now let me off easy, and I'll slip down through the drain to release my scattered brain. My enemy, something just isn't right. I cut from the inside. I'm frightened of the end. I'm drowning in my self-defense. Now punish me, think of me as what you will. I grow like a cancer. I'm pressed out in the rain. Deliver me from the poison pain.
Yes, it's his best in a long time. Kind of similar to Mountain Goats. He had an album in 2021 that was probably on my list if we did a podcast for it, but it was a
because it was a collab with another guy.
It was a collab with Angelo De Augustine. He had an album called Reflections as well in 2023, but that was like. It was like it was like some instrumental thing, I think. I can't remember. And then he had Convocations in 2021, which was another like. It was like I don't know. It was really long. Yeah, it was like 2.5 hours of like synth instrumentals, and then he had the Ascension in 2020, which was more like synth production, and it was like okay. It had some songs I like, but I just said it wasn't crazy for it. He had another album in 2020 called Aporia. It was like another, like a lot of instrumental stuff. Then he had like something that was just like a piano ballet album in 2019. And just has like his last album I really liked from him was Carrie and Lowell in 2015, and then he had like a Christmas album in 2012 that was great. But yeah, I mean, he has like a lot of albums I'm like whatever on, but some of his like best albums, like Seven Swans is great. Michigan, Illinois is my favorite album of his. It's probably like one of my favorite albums ever. It's incredible. It's from 2005. And this was kind of like him returning to more of that folky style, a lot more like quiet, gentle, like acoustic music essentially. And yeah, it was incredible. It's really, really good. It's the first album of his I've like loved in a long time.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really sad. It's very emotionally driven, which that's just his thing. Which that sounds like mean. Like, oh, it's his thing. He's just sad all the time. But no, it's like he just makes really good emotional, like heartfelt music. And yeah, it's 10 songs. It's like 40 minutes. It's not super long, but it's great. And I mean, I don't have much else to say outside of it was another artist that made one of their best albums in a long time kind of thing for me. And I love Sufjan. And it just felt like it really got me back into him. I went back and listened to A Beginner's Mind again because that's great. I listened to a lot of Illinois this year.
I listen to Illinois every day and I go outside.
Illinois, have you ever listened to Illinois?
No, see,
you would like it.
I still haven't jumped on the Sufjan.
See, I'm not like
Sufjan Stevens bandwagon.
I'm not like crazy for his whole discography, obviously. But
right.
if there's one, some people only like Illinois, and that's totally fine. But like, if you were to listen to anyone and really like any album of his, it would be Illinois.
Sure,
it's a lot more. It's not just like only acoustic.
Actually,
and singing. It's like got a lot of horns and like folk and really,
and actually,
lots of energy.
I might have said this last time that you talked about Sufjan Stevens, but I actually like the most Sufjan Stevens music that I've listened to is actually his Christmas album.
His Christmas music's really good.
Yeah. I like especially. What was the one that's like really popular? I forget what it's called, but yeah, that's a fun album.
Yeah.
I need to make the dive. Which speaking of Benjamin Daniel, he's actually a big Sufjan Stevens fan.
Yeah,
I think you guys would get along because he's also a big Me Without You fan.
Ooh, nice.
As well.
Always good. I always trust a Me Without You fan.
Yeah,
but yeah. No, one of the dudes that like produced a lot of Sufjan's music produced It's All Crazy, It's All False for Me Without You.
Oh yeah,
which is really cool. So yeah, you need to listen to Illinois. Like seriously.
Okay, fine.
It's great.
Jeez.
They have a song about Decatur. Hello, Decatur.
It's my favorite town.
Decatur's not far from us.
Decatur sucks. Sorry.
Yeah, it does.
I spent a lot of time in Decatur.
Hello, Decatur.
Stinks. Does he sing about how it stinks like dog food?
Kind of. Actually, hang on. Actually, wait.
That's why it smells bad over there.
Let me look up the lyrics.
For those of you who do not live in Illinois, there's a small town called Decatur, and it has a bad reputation because it smells bad. The reason is because the factories there, they have dog food factories. Actually not just dog food. I think they just make like cereals and such, but it just like gives a bad stink in the whole town. And the whole town stinks.
I feel like there was like a funny line in this song, and I was trying to think if it was it.
If you live in Decatur, I still love you. I just feel bad for you. No one lives in Decatur unless they like work there at the factories.
Flood, it caused a mudslide on the banks of the operator's Civil War skeletons, and they came up clapping in the spirit of the aviator. The song of the engine, smell the grain.
That does not sound like Decatur.
Our stepmom, we did everything to hate her. She took us down to the edge of Decatur. We saw the lion and the kangaroo take her down to the river where they caught a wild alligator.
Did you say kangaroo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. It's a good
He's
album.
definitely doing drugs in Decatur.
It's also got some horrifically depressing songs on it, like Kashmir Pulaski Day, but no, it's awesome.
Speaking of this most current album, I had heard that, I guess this seems to be a common theme in our lists this year, that a lot of it was written in the aftermath in the death of his partner.
Oh yeah, I don't even know why I didn't mention that. Yeah. That was, I don't know if
everybody's
I think
dying.
that was like a lot of the drive of the album.
Yeah.
I remember he posted
That's
about
what I
that.
had heard.
Yeah, it was something like that. Very just lots of albums revolving around like horror. Yeah, you're right. Like Taylor Hawkins and then
Benjamin Daniel.
Yeah.
Sufjan.
Yeah, that's true. Dang.
Yeah. It's,
what a sad year.
Yeah, but still happy. But just, that's how a lot of artists, how they process things. They write music, and a lot of it ends up being like really good.
Yeah.
So
no, it's true.
It's kind of like how things can grow like from bacteria, like how mushrooms and fungi grow from dead things.
That's true, yeah. Fungi are so beautiful.
I'm trying to be poetic about it.
I know what you mean. No, you're right. A lot of great art is made from great pain.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
no, Javelin's great. It's like I would consider it like a core Sufjan album at this point. It's really, really awesome.
Sufjan core.
Yeah, listen to Illinois. You
okay, fine.
It's a really long album, but you'll like it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it would be up your alley. You'll enjoy it.
I'm sure. I know it's his most popular one, and it's the one that everyone talks about.
Come on and hear the Illinois, or feel the Illinois, whatever it is. Whatever the album art says.
Do the locomotion. Cool. All right. Well, that's good. Sufjan Stevens, Illinois.
Illinois.
That's your number 5.
Yeah, Illinois is my 5th favorite album of 2023.
Cool.
There's a world living in. No one else has your part. All God's children in the wind. Take it in and blow real hard.
So, thank you, Mitchell, for you just now shared your number 5.
No time has passed.
So, my number 4 is actually, I've never had this is the first time that I've ever had a live album on my list, but I usually don't really care about live albums as much. Like, I'll listen to them, but it's usually just because, like, I don't know, they're just covers of previously released songs.
Mm-hmm.
But what makes this album stand out is that it's all completely new material for this band, and so that's why for me it counts. And it's Live at Bush Hall by Black Country New Road.
Look at what we did together. Don't know how you did. Have you come out having woman you were before? Or twice that
I regret.
You haven't listened to it, have you?
I listened to some of it, but never got around to listening to all of it. But it was really cool.
It's really good. So, what makes this album special and different and interesting? We've talked about Black Country New Road before.
Yeah, their last couple albums were probably both like my favorites of their respective years. Like they're definitely up there. So good. Like, I mean, the singer isn't with them anymore, which is like really upsetting. But
and that was the thing about
they have
this.
like 9 members or something. So
yeah, it's true.
It's not like the music itself will change. It's just the will have less vocals / different vocals.
Yeah, and I love
that original vocalist though.
Yeah, it's definitely an era that has passed, but that was what both of us, and I'm sure all the other Black Country BCNR fans were curious about, like, what was the future for the band going to be like, because they're like, yeah, we know that our lead singer is leaving, but we're going to continue and make completely new material. So I was like, all right, I wonder what they're going to do. Basically, instead of just getting a completely new singer, the rest of the band members basically just took up that responsibility amongst themselves. And there are different members in the band. There's like 3 singers, I guess, that are just kind of trading off. They traded off on the vocals on this album. That's kind of the change that has happened. But so, yeah, with the new lead singer leaving and this new change, I was kind of nervous about, like, what, is it going to be any good? Especially since, like, it's, a live album.
Yeah.
But it's really, really good. I really love it.
You told me about it like 5 times.
Yeah.
And I'm a jerk and didn't listen to it all.
Yeah, dude, what the heck?
I remember I listened to like some of it and I was like, this is really good. I was like listening to it in the car and I just never got around to finishing it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I will though.
You should.
For sure.
You should, definitely. Yeah. It's really good. I mean, it's the same band, but it's definitely... Because you know how their second album was different than their first album.
Yeah.
In ways, just kind of like
Up Here.
Ants from Up Here was a little different from what was the other one? For the First Time.
Yeah.
In the way
both
that is like
so good though. Both those albums.
Oh yeah, incredible. In their own ways.
Yeah.
Like it's the same band but different sound for sure, which I like. I like it when bands are
the first
able
album was
to...
like a little more aggressive and almost like punk, and the second one almost had some like I don't know, it was
kind of like a classical kind of
classical,
vibe
sometimes
to it.
folk. Like it was interesting.
Kind of reminded me of some early Genesis in a way, with like the use of flutes and other instruments. And Live at Bush Hall is kind of going further down that sound. So, but it's just different because it has a different lead singer. And for a live album, I think it's incredible. Like
it's interesting, like they're releasing new material, but as a live album.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever
neat,
heard of anyone doing that before. Honestly,
yeah. I mean, if they have the skill to perform it that well, like go for it. Which it sounds like they do, obviously. So.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. I just really respect them just having the gall to do that. And
their
I think
last album was really popular too.
Yeah,
so like to follow that up, I'm sure it's a lot of pressure, and it probably didn't get as many plays. Like.
No, yeah,
I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, you're a terrible fan. But I mean, I will say I don't like it as much as the last 2 albums. But for me, it's a good promise of what is to come, and I'm really looking forward to what they come out with next.
Yeah, I'm hoping they still plan to do studio stuff, which I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I think this is going to be more of a one-off thing for them. But, it's just some really incredible songwriting. Still got that kind of sort of progressiveness to it where, they're just experimenting with different sounds and such.
They're just progressing their progressions. And
they're progressing their progressions.
They're progressively progressing
their
progressions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just, very progressive in that way. So...
While eating... Pierogies,
steamed pierogies.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Top 10 video games in 2019.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com, where we explore. I don't know. Anyways, so really good songs are Up Song, The Boy. The Boy is probably my favorite. Across the Pond, Friend, The Wrong Trousers, which is a nice reference to Wallace and Gromit.
I like that.
Yeah, very British. Turbine / Pigs is really good. Dancers, really, really catchy. And I like how, especially in Up Song, there seems to be a lot of references to the band's recent history, where there's a lot of lines where they're saying, like, just kind of referencing things like, oh, we made something really good and we're really proud of it. And so it seems like really nice references to what they've done so far and just kind of looking ahead to the future of the band. And yeah, I really like the singers. There's like 2 female lead singers, and I love their voices. The guy that sings, he kind of still carries on that tradition of being like not incredible singer, but the way that he sings, it like fits the music, you know?
Yeah, kind of that
like everyday guy, British guy singing.
Yeah.
I don't mean that as an insult, whoever you are. is you know, it's in the same way that
is it kind of like this almost
Shane McGowan from the Pogues,
sort of like talky, almost monotone-ish kind of vibe.
Sorta, yeah. It's just kind of in the same vein as like Shane McGowan from the Pogues. Rest in peace, by the way. He passed away very recently. And I guess the former lead singer of BCNR, where it's just kind of just a dude singing, you know. So it just really fits that vibe. So yeah, it's really good. I really enjoyed it, especially for being a live album. I really respect that they just decided to showcase this new material as live music, as a live album. And I kind of hope that, because I was kind of thinking like, well, does this mean that they're going to like record studio versions of it? And I kind of hope that they just kind of keep it as is, you know?
Yeah.
I like the fact that these songs are exclusively live albums.
That is kind of cool. It's very rare that bands like do that, you know?
Yeah.
It's rad.
Also, I will say there's a film version of this album where it's like footage from the show, and it's cool because like they have the stage all like decorated, and they have like a sort of prom night theme going on with it. So
noise.
Yeah, so I also just like the fact that the whole live setting is just a part of the song now, like people cheering and such. So yeah, I hope that, I mean, hearing studio versions would be interesting, but I don't know. I just kind of like it as is, you know, because I've never, like I said, I've never really heard of an artist doing that. It was like, here's some completely new songs, and there's just going to be a live version, and that's it. The live version is the original version.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, incredible songwriting and great sound. They really pulled it off. BCNR, Friends Forever. That kind of sounded like I was referencing Anthony Fantano, but that was actually a line in the song. BCNR, Friends Forever. I like it.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my number 4, live at Bush Hall by Black Country New Roads.
You once lived you, once lived you, once lived you.
Thank you very much.
Nice pick.
Thanks, friend. You should listen.
Nice
to it.
par.
Okay.
All right. I'm on to my like Wii Sports Golf. Nice on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's bowling. Idiot.
No, they do that in the golfing too.
You're lying.
When it's getting like close to the hole, they're going. Shut up. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
I like the edit where it's like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
I love stuff like that.
Anyways,
your number 4.
My number 4 is This Is Why by Paramore.
Why?
Because I said so.
Okay. I forgot that they had a new album out.
Yeah, it came out pretty early in that year, and I almost, I was like, oh yeah, I was trying to remember if it was this year or last year, but it came out earlier this year, and it's awesome. I remember the first time I listened to it, I was pretty lukewarm on like a few of the songs, and I was like, it's really good, but I don't think it's nearly as good as the last one, which was After Laughter. Starring Aaron Weiss. But
he made the whole album.
Yeah. The one song that nobody liked except for me. But no, this album just kept growing on me, and I kept going back to... I honestly almost kept going back to the songs I thought I wasn't as hot on originally, and yeah, it wasn't like a slow grow or anything. It was like after a week, I was like, oh man, no, I think I love this album. And I think I like it maybe almost as much as After Laughter, maybe like just a hair below. But it's just great, man. Like the drumming, the guitar playing, like every instrument on it is just shines and just so good, so catchy, so fun. Great writing. Like Hayley Williams, like I just feel like her writing gets better lyrically every album
as she matures.
Yeah, like it's just really great stuff, and it doesn't feel as like I feel like the last album, or ever since their self-titled actually, because that was the one where that had a lot of their big hits, like their radio hits, like Ain't It Fun and whatever, like a lot of the songs that people know Paramore for now, aside from Misery Business. And then After Laughter was still kind of like had a couple songs that were decent radio hits and stuff, and this one I don't know if it had any huge radio hits or not, but I'm sure it was really popular because it's Paramore. But I don't know, it just felt it felt like a good combination of their old sound with their new, because After Laughter was very like bright and almost like bubbly, very poppy, but it was still driven by like guitars and drumming and stuff, but they took like indie rock and made it like pop music, and it was super good. Like, just awesome
based on what I've heard.
I
still need to really listen to it.
It's a great album. It's so good. So many great sounds, amazing production, and same for This Is Why, except This Is Why is a lot more driven by like drums and guitar sounds and stuff, and not that After Laughter wasn't, but this one's just a lot more, I don't know, it feels a lot more raw to me, and a couple songs that sound like it could have been from their older era that have like a more like rock, like not punk necessarily, but I would never really have called them like punk music necessarily, but just that old like classic kind of rock, but more matured in a way for a few of the songs. And the closing track is just crazy good. They always do really good closing tracks, but yeah, just like some really heavy moments on it. Maybe like one song that I'm like, it's pretty good.
I kind of hate it.
Not my favorite, but I kind of hate it. It's the worst thing ever. But it's a very consistent record. Like nearly every song on it is just great. And Aaron Weiss didn't show up on this one, but I like it maybe almost as much as After Laughter. I like it. I think their self-titled is still sort of my least favorite, even though that album still has some of their best songs on it. But half of it I'm just not like as crazy for.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's probably like in terms of like their discography ranking. Like Brand New Eyes is always my favorite, just because I'm biased. Then probably Misery Business, After Laughter, This Is Why, Self-Titled, and Debut. And This Is Why I could probably go up one more too, depending on the day. But it's really good. Like, saying it's like in the middle, like ranking wise of their discography for me isn't like, oh, it's like pretty good. Like it's an amazing record. Paramore is a band that I adore and I've loved since I was a teenager. And I'm glad that they've matured the way they have and that their sound keeps evolving, and each record is so distinct at this point, which I love. They really found a way to keep themselves from repeating themselves, which some people want them to repeat themselves and just go back to being loud punk music. But
where's the banjo?
yeah,
bring back the banjo.
Pretty much like that early Mumford & Sons mentality. But yeah, they're great. They're a special band, and I'm just stoked to have a new record from them. And I liked Haley's some of her solo stuff was really cool, but I didn't click with it as much as Paramore stuff, because Paramore to me isn't a pop outfit. It's not Hayley Williams.
Right.
Paramore to me is a band. I love the band, and especially like Zach Farrell's like one of the best drummers ever. I think that's why Self-Titled doesn't work as much for me, because he's not on that album. But they did have the Nine Inch Nails drummer on the album, and he has some incredible moments of drumming on that, on like arguably their best song.
Oh yeah, and
that album still had amazing drumming, but Paramore to me is like defined by
like the core members.
Yeah.
And it's like the perfect amalgamation of all the right ingredients.
They just focus on like they really, I feel like they were a really strong component of like having organic instrumentation be prominent in like pop music, because I feel like there was a resurgence of like the guitar in the mainstream for a while and stuff, and I feel like they've been a bit of a proprietor in like shepherding that mentality of like, like bands can be like cool top 40 centric without feeling like they sold out or something, you know?
Right.
So I never felt like, some people were like, oh, they sold out because they got popular, but I never felt like they sold out. I felt like they just kept maturing, and you know, even if one of their older records is still my favorite, I still adore the new music they're putting out. So
cool.
Yeah. Paramore rocks. Haley's an insane singer, and her writing's matured, and they had a lot of like some guests do like some cool bass guitar riffs and lots of awesome guitar playing. I don't know, man. It was a jam. I listened to it like a dozen times. Like I think one or two of the songs from it was on my top 5 for Spotify Wrapped.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think it was the final song. I think it was the closing song, actually.
I didn't even realize that this was their. They hadn't released an album since After Laughter.
Yeah, it had been.
I thought they had like another
years.
one, but maybe I was thinking
Haley
of
put out like
Williams.
2 solo albums, which they were pretty good.
They're all right.
Me Without You's guitarist played on one of the songs, which was cool.
Oh, okay.
Michael Weiss.
So
that was cool.
Okay.
They're still buddies, which I like.
Yeah.
They always support each other.
It's like she got mad because
not that Me Without You can really support Paramore, like, because anyone who knows Me Without You already knows Paramore. But I always liked that Haley would always shout out Me Without You when they dropped an album.
Be like,
when Untitled came out, she was like, she was me. She was like, this is the best thing they've ever done. You all need to listen to it.
Yeah. It's average Me Without You fans like, who's Paramore?
Yeah, no.
Never heard of them.
I would be shocked. I mean, she was on 10 Stories.
Isn't she on is she the one who sings on All Circles?
She's on All Circles and the Fox and the Log Flume, whatever that song name is called.
Oh, wow. Terrible fan.
She's on the second end of that song too.
You don't even know the names of your favorite band's songs.
I know.
What's wrong with you?
The Fox and the Log Flume? I don't know. It's something like that. You know how their song titles are.
The Fox, the Crow, and the Cookie.
Yeah.
Their most popular song on Spotify, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is.
It's that or Julia. Can't remember. Now I'm going to look real quick because it's important. Before we go to your number 3.
Anyways, Paramore.
It is January 1979.
Oh, interesting.
With
I mean, I guess
that 8 million plays is really high for them.
Yeah.
Julia has 3. Yeah,
I think
January 1979. In a Sweater Poorly Knit, Fox the Crow and the Cookie, Messes of Men, and Julia. That's their top 5.
I think there was one point where like the Fox, the Crow, and the Cookie was like their most.
It used to be, yeah.
Played song.
It used to be their most viewed like music video.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
of.
I think that belongs to Julia now.
It belongs to Julia.
It belongs to Julia.
It belongs in a museum.
What's your number 3?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's Ed Sheeran's new album.
How did you know?
I don't know, man. Did he even put out a new album?
I don't know. I thought you were telling the truth. No. So my number 3, continuing the trend on my list of just, well, not trend, but just like continuing off of Black Country New Road of having like weird experimental rock, whatever. My number 3 is Oh Monolith by Squid. Squid, yeah. So,
I think you told me about this. Oh wait, no, you sent me a song from it, and I was like, "This rocks," and then I didn't listen to the rest of the album.
Oh, I thought you said that you had been listening to this album.
Wait, I think I'd listened to some of it, but not all of it. Now I'm trying to remember if I'm thinking of the right thing.
Well,
I remember you sent me a song, and then I like looked at another song, and I was like, "Wait, I've heard a couple other songs from this album."
Yeah,
but I don't think I'd listened to the whole thing. But I think I had heard other songs from it. What's it called? Now I gotta look at it.
It's called Oh Monolith by Squid.
Monolith.
So a couple episodes ago, their album Bright Green Valley, Bright Green Field. Bright Green Field, I had as a recommendation a couple episodes ago. And I did mention that, like, yeah, they came out with a new album this year, and I'm kind of still listening to it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Oh Monolith is awesome. It is a different kind of feel than Bright Green Field. Bright Green Field kind of felt more of like a sort of close cousin to Black Country New Road's first album, where it was like more rocky, more like chaotic and such. And Oh Monolith still has those elements of chaoticness, or I guess chaos is the right word.
Yeah.
Don't you hate it when like people make a new iteration of a word that's like longer than the actual word that they should be saying?
Oh yeah.
Like I can't think of a good example, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyways, so Oh Monolith, they kind of leaned more into like a more controlled kind of sound. Like they experimented with more like synth sounds kind of, and just it feels more fuller than Bright Green Valley. And I think both albums are great and have both have their different strengths to it. But But yeah, I thought that this was awesome and a great evolution from their last album. They got really cool with a lot of the songwriting. And
also, I looked and I said when he sent it to me, I was at work and I was like, "Yo, this rocks." I skimmed some of it. I'm gonna try to listen to the rest later, and I didn't. But I think I listened to like half.
You liar!
I think I listened to like half the album when I was at work, and then I had to go into a meeting or something.
That's a
I
shame.
can't listen to music at work anymore.
Well, it's too late now.
It sucks.
It's too late. You can't go back. You're not allowed to listen to the album
fix
anymore.
The past. They're my number one album of the year, actually.
Well, you can't do that.
It's mine now.
No, it's mine. It's my number 3.
Fine.
Yeah, number 3. I was like, wait, is it my number 3? But yeah, not really a whole lot to say about it except that that I haven't really said about this band before, but just I really love the different kind of sounds and instrumentations that they experiment with. They got really interesting with some of the sounds, like Undergrowth. I think I remember you comparing it to like an old school Beck kind of sound.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
It does kind of have that sort of influence on it, but
yeah, it was groovy.
And
slapped.
The Blades is this really cool like 7/8 song, which gotta love a song in 7/8.
Oh yeah,
and I don't know. It's all Monolith. I saw Fantano gave it like I don't know. It was like higher than an 8. It was somewhere up there.
So a 9.
He had the yellow flannel on. That's all I really know.
There you go.
But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was really great, and Squid's become one of my new favorite discoveries of this past year. And yeah, I don't know. There's Swing in a Dream, Devil's Den, Siphon Song, Undergrowth, The Blades, After the Flash, Green Light. There's only 8 songs, but the whole album is over 40 minutes. So, yeah, that's all I can really say. Oh, Monolith by Squid. It's really good.
Oh, Monolith.
They definitely kind of scratched that itch for me that, like, even though I loved Black Country's new album, Squid kind of scratched that itch of, like, that having that intense kind of sound.
Yeah.
You know?
I know what you mean.
Because, like, I love BCNR's new stuff, but they're a lot more kind of tamer with their sound, which is fine. But sometimes I just like to hear British men screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah. Also, I said this last time when I talked about them, but I love the fact that their drummer is their lead vocalist.
Yeah, that's cool.
I just think that's
always really, a neat vibe.
As a fellow vocalist / drummer myself, I do respect that a lot. Especially since like their music can be so complicated and weird. So much respect. So yeah.
I second that.
Thanks. I'm so happy to have your support. What's your number, Chase?
My number 3, I'm sure I can't remember if you talked about it already or not, because it's definitely not been a week since the first half.
Wait, don't
but my number 3 is Movie of the Week by Shakey Graves.
Oh, cool. That's my number 2.
Oh, okay, nice.
So we can both talk about it.
All right.
Exhumed with the rest play for the PhD candidates to build a working model for where all the good times went and what was the point of it all.
Talk about it then. Yeah, Shakey. It was almost my number 2. It might as well be tied with my number 2 if I'm being honest.
You just come up to Shakey Graves like, "Hey, your album was almost number 2."
It was
on
almost my second favorite album of all time. It's like, okay though. Your last album was so much better. I'm sure you'd love to hear that.
One of my all-time favorites of all time.
Yeah,
I said all-time twice.
I love this album.
It's great.
Obviously I like the previous one more just because I find the instrumentation.
Well, yeah, that's like an all-time like top 10.
That's just like
least.
A all-time.
We talked about it in our last episode. Which is, it's cool that we get to talk about Shakey Graves like twice in a row.
Yeah. Did you also listen to the
anthology one? Yeah, I did a little bit.
There were some new songs on that were really good too.
Yeah.
Like super good. Like 1 in a Million was awesome.
Yeah, 1 in a Million was really
Rotten
good.
On Me was great. Like it had some like live, but that was like actually a really good.
That's like a good
too,
because that was from this year as well. That's kind of like a good honorable mention.
Yeah, I was like, I could have been one of my favorites of the year, but like I guess I'll just do movie of the week now. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel weird counting an anthology album.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like it's a compilation of unreleased
like an EP's
songs.
worth of new stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing is that it's got some new material on it, but it's also like live versions and such of previously released songs.
Yeah,
but it's for an anthology album, it's really good. But anyways, movie of the week.
Yeah, it's very much like still kind of in line with Can't Wake Up. Well, my brain almost was like, my brain wanted to say Can't Sleep for some reason, but it's Can't Wake Up. I was just talking about it's like my favorite album of all time, and I can't even remember what it's called. Anyways, it's definitely like in line with Can't Wake Up stylistically a little bit. Like you can tell it's like a follow up to that.
Yeah,
especially songs like Evergreen and stuff like feel like, oh yeah, they could be on that album in a way. But this album, I remember at first I was liking it. It was kind of one of those things where I was like, some songs I was like, oh, it's pretty good, maybe a little boring, like grew on me a lot over time, especially listening more with like headphones in and stuff. I love how piano centric a lot of the songs are. Yeah, there's a lot of really good, just like nice atmospheric, like vibey piano melodies, lots of reverb. It's like very cozy. It's a very cozy, like chill feeling on a lot of the songs. Yeah, and usually that can be pretty boring. But I just love like the atmosphere he's able to develop with the piano on this. It's great. Very, very good.
Very good.
Very melodic. I like when a piano is very melodic and not just like just chords, you know, like he does some creative,
there's like
fun stuff
some
with
actual like style to it.
Yeah, songs like Limbo Rock, Ready or Not was like the one I played the most from it. That was a very classic sounding Shakey Graves song. You know, female vocalist.
It's kind of like the one that would be like the radio hit, I guess. But it's still like
that was one of my top played of that year. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think was it Low Life? I think that's the one that like goes into like a jam and like changes like tempo. Yeah, lots of really just fun songwriting on here. Cool
even songs
gets jammy, gets groovy, gets somber. It's got a lot of different tones going on.
And I love that even the songs that aren't really like jams or anything are still great. Like Big in the World, it's kind of got this like slow kind of what's the word that I want? It's a slower kind of tempo, but like the way that he just like belts out in the song is just fun. And it's I like the writing of the song as well. Basically talking about how like it's like, why do I have to like have connections in order to like make it in the world?
Yeah.
It's like, why do I have to have someone to like prop me up? Why do I have to be related to someone in order to be famous?
Yeah.
It's
a good
fun.
I just like his writing, man. He's a good writer. It's like I feel like that's an understated aspect of Shakey Graves. Like I always talk about performances,
like the music production
and the music and
such.
stuff. But yeah, I like his writing a lot.
Yeah.
Century City was a cool one too. That's like a very chill jam. His vocal performance on that, honestly, here I am. I'm like talking about vocal performance after. I always like, but for some reason on that song, I don't know why, but part of me is like it gives like it's giving just the subtlest of like very old school Gorillaz vibes, like debut Gorillaz. Like like that 2D kind of raspiness, like falsetto kind of thing.
Yeah.
Century, like that chorus
Century
is just like a
City.
debut Gorillaz chorus to me. I don't know why.
No, yeah, now that you mention it, yeah.
It's really cool. I love that song. That one's kind of a highlight for me.
I like the part where it had like the guy talking.
Yeah.
And he's like, a home away from home.
Yeah, I like that one.
I also just like he kind of went out of his way to make more of like a theme with this album.
Yeah,
with
it's
like
got the interludes.
and such, where it's like a TV, like you're flipping through channels and such.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
I like the album art too. I'm like, did he actually stack TVs like that? Probably not.
It kind of looks like it, but it took me a while to get used to. But
that's what I look like when I watch Southland Tales. I'm like, ah!
Me when I watch End of Evangelion
in front of my 12 CR TVs.
Yeah, I love the whole pose.
Yeah, it's a good pose. That'd be like a good pose to reference for like drawing.
Yeah,
it's like it's a very good action.
You're good model.
Yeah.
Shaky. Jose. What's his real name?
I think it's Jose.
Yeah,
right? It's like Jose Gonzalez or something.
No, that's another guy.
No, it's no.
Alejandro.
Alejandro. That's it. Sorry.
Alejandro Rose Garcia.
That's it.
Jose Gonzalez.
Oh my god. Yeah. I'm literally thinking of another artist's name. Jeez.
To be fair, it's another guy that has like dark hair and a beard.
Yeah.
And they're both folk singers.
Yeah, they're both really good.
Was it Jose Feliciano?
Garcia. Yeah, literally.
The guy who wrote Feliz Navidad?
I literally chose like the most like generic name I could think of. So I remember when I looked up his real name, I was like, oh, I don't know why I thought his name would be like Jack or something.
Jack.
I don't know.
His name isn't Shakey Graves. What?
That's not his real name. That's weird. What a faker. Anyways, yeah.
I also want to shout out a couple of songs. Sorry, I have a candy cane in my mouth.
You know that part?
yeah, I remember it well. That was like one of the first singles. But like playing along, I love that one. How it just the drums are so like fat.
Yeah, they are.
And
That's a good
the
one.
guitar part in it, it just breaks into this cool groove with the guitar. And I also love Was Here. I have to play it real quick to just kind of. Oh yeah, I love the guitar part in Was Here. It was like bow down, bow down.
Felt so low down. I never felt so far from home till now. I wanna get you feel the news. Is there nothing we can do?
It's got such a great vibe and a great rhythm to it.
A lot of good like subtle grooves. Like some of the songs they give off like the texture of being a chill song, but at the same time it's like a kind of a foot tapper still.
Yeah.
Even though it is more on the chill side, but it's still like, ooh, this is like, ooh yeah.
Yeah. It's so
I wanna
good.
go smack a jukebox
and that's like
chew on
that's
my
like
toothpick to this, you know?
And that's like one of the last songs too. It's just like, man, the album just continues to
like
be...
a really consistent. I don't know if there's like a song on there I'm like I'd skip it. Like yes, there's probably a couple that I'm not as nearly as hot
It's
on
mostly
as the
a
rest,
really strong album,
but it's really consistent. Like he's really good at building an album that doesn't feel front loaded or back loaded.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, agreed.
He's good at that. Because I was looking at it, I was like, oh man, I hope like the only songs I'm gonna mention are from the front. But then I was like, oh yeah, no, it's like
it's
back
through and
and
through.
front, like very balanced album experiences. He is able to craft. I don't know why I structured that like a Yoda sentence. Very balanced albums he's able to craft.
You're just like thinking as you're talking.
Yeah, I am.
Also, just going back to his songwriting, I love how in Ready or Not, I love the lyricism in that, where it's like basically with just like a few lines, it's basically talking about like the lifespan of a marriage. I guess,
it's like
where
Ready
it's
or
like,
Not. It's like Here Comes the Weekend, and then it's
yeah,
like Here Comes
Ready
the
or Not,
Wedding.
Here Comes the Wedding, and then Ready or Not, Here Comes the Funeral.
Yeah, it's like something changes. I like when
it.
choruses or like moments like that. Like there's like a repeated melody, but the lyric changes.
Shakey is always great with like duets, like Sierra Farrell.
She's been on their albums before, right?
I don't think so. No.
I don't know.
In fact, I think that's his. I think they got married.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he like got married recently, and I'm pretty sure.
No,
it was
I was
to her.
thinking of Esme Patterson from In the War Came.
No, she's really great too. But yeah, Shakey just really does great with a lot of his duets.
Yeah, he does.
Ready or Not.
He's very, very good at him harmonizing with like a female vocalist. Just has such like a classic kind of country-ish twang vibe to it.
Yeah, and he's also it's kind of weird to say this about a duet song, but he's got great like chemistry.
Yeah,
in a way, it's like the way that they're singing, you can tell that it's like very playful. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
So I sing Ready or Not.
Yeah, here comes the funeral. You wear the black and I'll pick the plot. It's all so unusual.
Saying we'll all be alright when you know it ain't true.
It's always a matter of time.
What else can we do? We're already telling a lie. Why not make it two?
Good back and forth.
We just really love you, Shakey Graves.
Like
Please
sometimes his voice will be
notice us.
louder than hers, and sometimes hers is louder than his. Like there's a good exchange of energy.
Yeah.
if you will.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
So good.
That's cool. That's your number 3 and my number 2.
Yeah.
We just really love you, Shakey Graves. Please notice us.
He's like just one of my favorite artists at this point. Like someone I really, every time an album comes out, I'm just excited, you know?
Yeah, I just want to meet him because he seems like a really cool dude.
Yeah, he does.
Like really fun, I'm sure.
I bet he puts on a good show.
Yeah,
I saw some of some live videos when I think he did that EP after Can't Wake Up. I think one of the songs on that
Look
was
Alive
performed live. Yeah, there's in some live versions from the anthology thing. Like he sounds great live. I like it.
Yeah, I think I got really close to seeing him. No, yeah, I did. I bought tickets to a show.
Oh.
And it got canceled because of COVID.
Oh, that's right. I think I remember.
I was so bummed about it because I think he was in Peoria.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was the
very
Look
upset
Alive
about
EP.
that.
I saw a video of him, the Not Everything Grows live, and that was really cool. That's the one that has like the bass.
Yeah,
string. It's like.
Yeah, I think I kind of. I think I honestly kind of like the live version better, but
yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it is. So yeah,
everything grows.
Movie of the week. I also love the title of the album.
Yeah,
I don't really know what it means, but Movie of the week. Movie of the week, more like album of the year Not really, but almost.
Second.
Second for me. Third
Try again
for
next
you.
year. Yeah, I feel like if he ever puts out an album, it's just like kind of a guarantee it's gonna be one of my favorites that year. It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's
not fair to everyone else.
Yeah, my heart starts
Well, I guess I'll go to my number 2 then.
Yeah, go for it, and then I'll have my number 1.
All right.
That's usually how lists go.
So my number 2 of this year, I might have had one of his albums as one of my top 10s in previous episodes for like maybe 2020. Maybe. I can't remember if I did or not. If I didn't, I would go back and correct it. But it
We're
is
sorry.
Hell Mode by Jeff Rosenstock.
You still love me after I've puffed up, after I've shown I don't deserve your trust, and I'm not the person that you thought I was. Will you still love me after I've left up? What will you feel when you see my name?
Oh, okay.
He's like a punk artist.
Okay, I think
I don't
that
know if
sounds
you're
familiar.
Jeff Rosenstock, he did an album called No Dream in 2020 that is like incredible. It's just really, really good. And this was his album in 2023 called Hell Mode, and it's really good. It is.
I don't believe you.
It's just very. I don't know. I just feel like he is the best like innovator of like punk music right now. Like it's just so creative. It's just. It's not like, oh, like I wouldn't be like, oh, it's like experimental and like high art. Well, it is high art in a way, but it's not like weird. It's just like really, it's really good music, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love Jeff Rosenstock. I think he is just such a fun, entertaining performer, creative, and great lyricist, and just gives really awesome, wild, almost like kind of that singing where it's almost bad, but it's so good because it's so just
it's like
wild
stylistic
and like
thing.
it's not like perfect vocals or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, No Dream I loved, and I was really excited when this
I do
came out.
remember No Dream. That now that I look at the
and he
cover.
made a ska version of it called Ska Dream, and I was like, I don't even like ska music that much, but this rocks. He's just cool, and I mean, I'm not gonna have anything deep to say about it really, but
well, then don't.
But it's just great, and I think you would like it. It's just very high energy and very well performed and noisy and wild.
I do like my music noisy.
Yeah. But I don't know, if you just want a cool punk record that doesn't just feel like another, it feels innovative for the genre and like really exciting and well made, and just, I don't know, man. It's cool. I really don't have much more input than that.
That's okay.
Mainly because I haven't listened to it in a while, but I love it. I know
it's a great testament.
So yeah,
no, yeah, I totally get you. Sometimes there's
he's
not
like
really much to say.
He's like a newer artist in my life too, so I don't have a lot of history to like go through. Like I've only listened to No Dream. We Cool is really good as well. That's from 2015. I haven't listened to Olive Post, and then Hell Mode, and he has plenty more albums than that, but I'm just not as experienced with him as most artists on my list. But This is just one of the most fun records, one of the most enjoyable listens for me this year. I think Fantano, it was his like number 1 of the year, I think.
Oh,
which I didn't know because I was like curious what he thought of it, and I was like, oh dang, he like loved it. Yeah, it's awesome.
Nice.
It's like it's just cool to hear that genre be like really creative again, and because I feel like there's been a lot of punk music stuff where it just feels redundant, and like Green Day just feels like grandpas trying to stay relevant when they try to do punk music now, and it comes across as like truck commercial music. And then you have I don't know, and then you have like Machine Gun Kelly. Ugh. And people pretending that's like punk coming back in some way.
People pretending that it's good music.
Yeah, like someone will like kind of yell over an electric guitar and they'll be like, "Punk is so back, dude." And I'm like, whatever, like have fun, do your thing, I don't care. You can like make cheapo, simple punk rock music, whatever, and have fun with it. But this feels like genuine, like this is like what this kind of like
this is art.
That genre just needs someone like Jeff Rosenstock, and and it's not like he's unnoticed either. Like I'm looking at his Spotify plays, and like I mean, some of his older songs have like 13 million plays. Like Nausea from We Cool is like a classic. That's like his most popular song probably.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of his popular songs, his top 4 is from the newest album. They all have like over 1 million, so it's not like he's top 40 numbers or anything, but he's up there, you know, in that general area of music. Like he's pretty well known at this point, and I'm glad. And I don't know, I don't want to say he sounds like Parquet Courts or Idols, but when I think of him, I can think of, I don't know why I picture like Jeff Rosenstock, Idols, and Parquet Courts, just them together at a show would be like such a crazy experience, like as a lineup, you know?
Yeah.
I just feel like they go well together for some reason in my mind. Of they're in this kind of specific sphere of music, and they're all relatively really popular, and I feel like they're doing a lot for that side of music.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's great, and I like it. I listened to it several times.
I like it too.
Yeah.
Is what I would say if I had listened to it, I'm sure.
Someday. Nah, I bet you would jam with it. It's fun.
Sure. I mean, I'm not like a punk. Like, I don't avidly go out of my way to listen to punk, but there are a few bands that I listen to that I like. So,
yeah.
You know.
And he's got some, like, you know, it's not all punk. Like, sometimes it's like an acoustic jam.
As it goes back into punk.
Yeah.
I hate it. Yeah. I'm going to play the music on the episode. You don't have to play it.
Yeah, that was just a sample, though. It's a little sample. It's just a...
There's more where that came from.
It's just a good time. I love it. Like, I had it was kind of like my car album for a while. I would just drive somewhere and just put that on.
You play it on your car radio?
My car radio.
So you wouldn't be sitting in silence?
Oh, God.
Cool.
Feels good, man. That's all I got. Good, man. That's your number 1.
Okay, so I'm really excited to talk about this because this album was like, it wasn't just like this isn't just like a number 1 of this year and that's it, but this is I feel like this is going to be
album of all time. Now?
No,
You're gonna pull a Mitchell.
Dethroned "Take Me to Your Leader" by the Newsboys.
Wow.
No, but this is. I feel like this is definitely going to be an all-timer for me.
Ooh.
So, I've
trying to think what it is.
Yeah, I'm curious if you're going to.
Probably would have mentioned it to me at least once.
I don't know. Maybe sometimes I don't tell you because I want to surprise you. Sorry.
That sound was really me slapping him in the face. No, it wasn't. I slapped my knee. I don't abuse my coworker.
I'm glad that you clarified
that.
My coworker. This is our job.
My co-friend. Anyway, what's your number one?
That
partner?
Sounds like so fake.
It does.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. I've talked about this guy before, and he's been in his last album was in my top 10 of 2021, I believe it was.
Interesting.
But it's USA by PD.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
PD. You've mentioned PD a lot.
PT.
I feel like, trying to think. I know I've listened to stuff by PD before.
Yeah, I think I sent you a couple songs. I don't know if I sent you any from this album because I'm selfish and wanted to keep it to myself.
Oh, you know what? I haven't listened. This is another thing. This is just my problem this past year. Is I use Spotify Radio too much, and part of me is grateful for it, but another part of me is like it's put me in a bad habit of listening to like a couple songs from an album but not the whole album.
Right. Yeah.
Because
no,
I know this
too.
album art, and I know it because it's come up on my day lists and random Spotify, and I remember liking what I heard a lot.
Do you remember what songs they were?
I don't. It'd be really funny if it was on one of my day lists right now, actually.
This album is so good. I really loved his last album, which was Lean Into Life, and I wasn't sure if he was going to top it, but I think he really did with this one. PD's got this great blend of like bright synthesizer sounds complemented by, like big and bombastic guitars and drums.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he, especially with a few tracks on here, he really went all out on his more rock side, but there's definitely a lot of tracks here that are more heavy with the synth. And, I'm a huge fan of the synth.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it when there's like a good blend of synth with rock. But
I like that there's a song called Skip This One.
Yeah. That's a good one, actually.
Yeah.
I don't want to skip it. Basically, PD has just kind of become one of those artists where he's up there with Mumford & Sons and Manchester Orchestra with having like really, really resonating lyrics along, like complemented by just powerful music, because that's the thing that I love about bands like Manchester Orchestra and Mumford & Sons is that while it's great music, the music really uplifts the lyrics for me, and it's like the kind of lyrics that I really relate to, because with this album specifically, he really goes deep into. He's always kind of had a common theme of nostalgia, where he writes a lot about like his past relationships and that kind of aspect of nostalgia. But this album combines. It's like he's looking back while looking forward at the same time.
Yeah.
He has a lot of songs in here about childhood and about hanging out with his, his relationships that he had in the past. But
I love albums like that. It makes me want to listen. I'll probably I know I say this a lot, but I probably will actually listen to it.
You definitely should. It's incredible.
Because I love albums like Phoenix by Pedro the Lion and stuff, because that's all about his hometown growing up. And it's just a lot of stuff where I'm like, this reminds me of my childhood. Like, I love when albums are themed like that, because that's just a topic that I like resonate with very easily. I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, nostalgia is such like a interesting thing to write about to me. So I'm like, yeah, if that's kind of what he's about, I'd probably love it.
But at the same time, this album especially, there's a lot of him thinking about the future because he's got a family now, he's got a kid, and so he writes a lot about that. There's a song called Home Alone House where talks about living down the street from the famous Home Alone house or something like that. Nice. And just like, hanging out with friends. Did I mention I'm Sorry is a really cool song about when people do things that you do that make you upset. Family of Six is basically about living in this current economy and trying to make it in this capitalist society. Well, he doesn't like really say that, but you can like feel like the
times
struggle.
Is tough sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say my favorite. Also, I'll Wait is also just a banger. I love the drumming on it. He does the drumming himself on that song.
Oh, nice.
And
I was about to ask, does he do all the instruments or does he have a band?
He does. Well, he does have like a live band, but I feel like he does like record pretty much all the instruments himself.
That's cool.
I don't know for sure. Yeah. But when I listen to I'll Wait, it's like the fills that he does on that is like, how does he do that without like speeding it up in the post production? But like I watched live footage of him recording it. It was like, that's crazy. Nice. But I have to say that my favorite song has the most explicit title in it. So I'm not going to say it. I'm going to censor myself, but it's called The Freedom to F Off. And that song was like, I was so surprised that didn't end up in my top 5 because that was like my song of the year. It is so good because like, for one thing, even though like the title is so explicit and the whole song is explicit, it's oddly enough his most religious one. Yeah. And he's not a Christian as far as I know, but maybe it's something that he's thinking about because he makes a lot of allusions to like thinking about God and religion. But in this one especially, he talks about like starting a family and being a good dad and being a good husband, and just kind of he uses a lot of his songs as like a way to vent where he's like struggling with things that he's thinking about and different concepts, and he's very open and honest. Yeah, and I love that about him. But I'm gonna do this thing where I'm just gonna read the last verse for this song, Freedom to F Off. So bear with me a second, but this is basically like the song's been like going so heavy and then it comes down, this chill moment. And the words are, so what do I want? I want the freedom to sit still, to appreciate my state in the spinning blades of a windmill.
Oh, what do I need? Need the freedom to feel good. If happiness is a choice, then I'd choose it every second if I could. I wanna be a real man. I wanna be a father. I'm so tired to think about me, man. I think I need to worry about a daughter. And I'll talk to God through her eyes. Please don't make fun of me. I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly. And I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly.
Dang.
That is good. It's so good. And there's so much emotion, not even just in the lyricism, but just in the music. And Man, yeah, and I'm still listening to it. Like this came out in like the summertime, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think in oh wait, no, this only came out in September. Well, a lot of the singles came out like before, and I still haven't tired of listening to this album. Like I'm still jamming a lot of the songs on here.
Yeah.
And there's no bad song on it. The only one that like I skip, it's only because it's a very chill song, and it's like I'm not really in the mood to do this. But it's the closer, "Good Night Nurse." It's a really good song, but it's like I'm not always in the mood. But like pretty much every song on this album is just a banger, and even though a lot of the songs are more like upbeat and fun, like that doesn't mean that they're any less like meaningful and powerful in their lyrics. So, yeah, Petey is just like, he's just a dude that has these thoughts, and it's just like, you listen to it and you're like, heck yeah, man. Like, I'm right there with you,
Yeah.
you know? So it's really cool because he seems to really be hitting it off like in popularity. Like he got pretty popular on like Instagram and TikTok, I think, with like, because he does like sketch comedy videos that are really funny. And I think I knew him before all that, but I think a lot of people are finding him through that. They're like, oh, I didn't know that he did music too. So that's really cool to see. I feel like, because I know like the only one other person that I know that really listens to him is our friend Cedric.
Mm-hmm.
He's also become a big fan, but his songs are getting like millions of streams on Spotify, and that's just really cool to see.
Yeah, I probably will make it a priority to listen to this one because you've definitely piqued my interest a lot.
It's really great. He's become one of my new all-time favorite artists, and is this album? It was just kind of for me. It's like, yeah, duh. This is my favorite. This is my favorite one.
His fans also like is interesting on Spotify. There's Foxing is on there. Howdy or Howdy with the 2 V's. They're really good.
Oh, okay.
I like them a lot.
They're different from like he doesn't sound like Foxing, but I could see them definitely like going on tour with them. Yeah, Foxing. Well, I guess I haven't really listened to a lot of Foxing's like first couple albums.
They're a little more like, they're definitely way different from their newer stuff.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say I just like I know it's kind of like it's almost a cliche at this point, but I kind of love album art that's just like a photo. you know? It's just like a picture of people sitting on a lawn. Like it doesn't look like the picture clearly could have been taken specifically for album art, but I like when it has the vibe of it not being something specifically taken for album art, but they just like have a photo they like and they wanted to use it.
Yeah,
it gives off that vibe.
Yeah, I wonder.
I'm guessing that's just his family and his dog.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have not seen if he's ever confirmed like who is in the picture, but knowing him, it probably is like a picture of him and his family. Especially since like I said, like a common theme in his music is nostalgia and thinking about the past.
It could be like an older picture or something.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. This album really meant a lot to me. It's a big win when the album is just really fun to listen to and a jam, but also just like have lyrics that just resonate with me so much.
Yeah.
Like I can say the same thing for like a lot of Mumford & Sons albums and, Manchester Orchestra's stuff. It's just like, I really love listening to this, but I also kind of want to cry right now.
Yeah.
So
that's the best stuff,
Yeah.
Like it's nice to have albums that you just love because they're like entertaining listens, but it's better when you get that and like a lyrical connection.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Definitely. Yeah. So
yeah, I am peaked and I vow to listen to that one.
You should.
I'll probably listen to some on my way home tonight.
You should. I'm going to keep bothering you about it. I also hope to see him live one day. It's a plan for me.
Yeah.
I've seen footage of him and they seem like a lot of fun. So he also has really fun music videos too. There's a music video to a song Did I Mention I'm Sorry, where it's basically filmed as if it's like some cheap school TV thing, you know?
Yeah.
like a you know how like some schools have like TV channels or whatever, and he's just like performing live on stage with a band, but then at the end some like karate dancers or whatever come out and start dancing along with it. It's really good. He's got a great sense of humor. But yeah. So yeah, it's my favorite. Is my number one USA by PD. He wrote a lot of good songs.
He sure did.
We always got to make that joke every time.
I know.
I
can't
PD.
Not think about Fantastic.
He wrote good songs, PT. I think I've seen people like comment that on this stuff too.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So.
And I just wanna say thank you for all the comfort that you gave me. You hang it wonderful, a lifetime doing its thing. As a songbird on a mountainside will sing.
All right, well, the main event everyone's all been waiting for. No one cares about my number one.
Yours is more interesting than mine, honestly. I'm not gonna have as much interesting stuff to say as you for my number one.
That's okay.
But that is okay.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't a year of deep emotional, dramatic connection for me with albums. But that's okay.
I mean, to be fair, it's a very rare occasion where that happens for me, honestly. It's like,
but
usually...
I'm like, dang, that made me want to like go listen to that immediately.
Yeah, usually...
That's good. I like when I get that vibe, you know? I'm like, ooh, yeah.
Yeah, like a number one usually for me is like, yeah, it was just like incredible music and everything and just really vibed with me. It's very rare to have an album that like... that I connect with so much on that level. So, like I said, it's gonna be an all-timer for me for sure.
Nice.
So, but yeah. Anyways,
I
what is it?
Let you know what I think of it.
You should.
Anyways, my number one of 2023 is "The Window" by Rat Boys. I loved this album a lot. I love Rat Boys in general.
I love rats that are boys.
They do not get as many plays as I thought. They were like pretty popular, but I'm looking at.
I thought you were gonna say they are not boys that are rats.
They're not even rats. No, I'm like looking at their Spotify, and I'm like, man, all their popular tracks, like from their newest album, it's like 300,000, 400,000. I don't know why I thought they were like really popular, but I guess they're not. That's still
They're
a lot
popular
of
in
plays.
your heart.
That's popular, like in general, but yeah, I got introduced to them back in like 2017 when they had an album called GN, just the letters like GN, Gary Nugget.
I was thinking Good Night.
Good
or
Night.
Something.
Yeah, that's better. But I fell in love with that album, and I remember feeling like at the time I was like, this band sounds like they could do a show with Pine Grove and fit right in. They're just kind of like that.
Yeah,
they have like an indie rock vibe to them, but you can tell they probably grew up around country music. And the singer, she has a bit of like a twang to her voice, so when they do lean into like a country like folky vibe, like she sounds like she fits right in like to that scene. Just love her vocals. They're really unique. She has like a very specific like tone to her voice. It's a little higher. Has like a little twang to it, and I just love the band is just so good too. They had an album in 2020 called Printer's Devil that was great, and then 2021 they had Happy Birthday Rat Boy. That was an awesome album. The closing song on Happy Birthday Rat Boy is like the cutest thing ever. It's called Go Outside. It's such a sweet song, and I don't want to say, they're just a pure cute band. Like that's not, because they have some songs that go hard and they have like more deeper meaning and stuff.
But what if they want to be a cute band?
Well, it can be.
Okay.
But The Window like kind of went a step further with some heavier sounds. Like it still has lighter sounds like slide guitar or like more acoustic, feelings going on. But there's a couple songs on here that dive really far into like the rock sound, gets really noisy, like really distorted, like even distort effects on vocals, and almost have this like punk vibe to it, which is very uncommon for them, but it's like really, really good. Like they pull it off really well, and it's just it's so musically diverse. And then they have songs like Black Earth, Wisconsin. It's like a 10-minute song, and it has like one consistent bass groove going on throughout the whole thing, and I think having a 10-minute song that keeps my attention the whole time, and I love it, and it's like one of my favorites on the album, is like it's a feat to make a song that long that is technically really repetitive but does not feel repetitive. It's the way it builds up. It's just such a musically inspiring album. It's one of those records where I listen to it and I'm like, man, I want to make a song that sounds like this. It's like a lot of songs in there are like that. And yeah, like I said, they kind of just fit this sect of music that I like, where it's like indie country-ish, but also a little bit of rock, a little bit of folk. Like it's just a little bite of multiple genres that I love all in one thing. And they just
there's like a whole little buffet.
Yeah, it's like a little musical buffet of genres I love, and yeah, they're just great. Whole album is great. Not a single song on it I would skip. I think this was the album I listened to the most, like when Abby and I would drive up to like go see her family up north. It's like an hour, 40-minute drive. So we would listen through like this whole album like each time. And so that became like an album like we went to a lot. So it's kind of become like embedded itself in this aspect of like our relationship, where we travel up to go see her family, and now like I associate this album with that a lot, that aspect of our relationship and stuff. And yeah, Rat Boys is just like our traveling band, and they've kind of, it's like, it's very comfy, nice music to me. Like it's not like, I don't know, I don't want to like describe it as like simple, but because that almost sounds derogatory in a way, like it's simple music. But
well, no, I mean it's just like
it's
not
just very cozy. It's like warm and nice, but it has a kick of energy and spice at the same time, like when it wants to, and it just fits such a specific, like, I don't know, when I feel like I've listened to too much, like I don't know, you feel like you have select sounds you want to listen to, and it's like when you're in a mood for quieter, more somber music, when you want to listen to stuff that's heavier, and you have like your bands for each category and stuff. And in one category, Rat Boys is there with like Fleet Foxes and Pine Grove, and just like these go-to bands where I'm like in a specific mood. Like,
yeah,
they're ones I'll always go to, and I kind of think this is their best album too. I think it's their best album to date. I think it's their most, I don't know, mature sounding album. Some of the other stuff really did sound like, you know, we're really independent, and we're kind of, you know, you could tell it's
got
a
like
little
that
more low
indie
key.
feel.
Yeah. But this one just felt like, I don't know, really well made, and I'm kind of I feel like stuff on this album could be really big, you know. I get the feeling that they could be huge if, you know, just some algorithm hits them in the right way, and some of their songs like go viral in some way. I'm just like, I'm surprised a couple of their songs haven't gone viral on TikTok or something, especially something like Go Outside.
Their song Elvis in the Freezer.
That's their most
Elvis is in
one,
the Freezer.
yeah.
It's got like 3 million streams.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's the song that introduced me to them, I think. That was great.
I do remember because you did have this album as a recommendation for an album.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember because I had to find the song to play. Yep. And I do remember The Window. That was the song that I used, and I remember liking it.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
The rest of the album.
It's not one of my favorites on the album. It's still good though. My favorites are I really love Cross That Line. It's Alive is super good. Black Earth, Wisconsin is probably my favorite. Even the intro, Making Noise for Ones You Love, is super good. Empty. I mean, that's the thing. I'm kind of like just looking at all the songs. I'm like, I love all of them. The Window is definitely, it's just like it's a really straightforward kind of like, just like little indie rock song. It's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. They have this weird nostalgic vibe to them. It's not like they are specifically a nostalgic band, but I feel like I have listened to this album and some of their other older albums at specific moments in my life, and I know like 5 years from now, if I go back to listen to The Window or something else, or even if I listen to GN right now, sometimes I'm like, oh man, it brings me back to like 5 years ago or something when I was getting into them. And I'm gonna, I feel like this is an album I'll associate with like my engagement with Abby, like this time period. Like I'll listen to that and I'll remember like this specific time in my life, and
it'll be a window, so to speak, to this time.
Exactly. Clever. The Window. But yeah, that's kind of
to the wall.
I think that's why it ended up being my favorite this year. Like I'm like, yeah, maybe I probably think Hell Mode is like a better, more impressive album in a lot of ways, or maybe even I might even think the Paramore album is technically better, but for some reason this one just stuck to me like glue. I kept going back to it. Just had this very like sentimental vibe to it. I can tell it's going to be like this nostalgic listen to me someday. I don't know. Sometimes I just get this feeling from a record, and I don't think it's like going to be one of my favorite albums of all time by any means, but I like it, and it has a special vibe to me, and I just find it really like warm and comfortable. And sometimes, you know, it's nice to have an album that feels like it's rejuvenating a genre or innovating or breaking me down emotionally, but sometimes something that resonates with me the most is something that's not specifically challenging, but just very like comforting and nice.
Screaming, what's the one thing you love? 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 What's the one thing you love?
Very nice.
And I think that kind of describes 2023 in music for me, to segue a bit into a conclusion. It was like, it wasn't necessarily
as we
like,
close.
It wasn't like an innovating, or for me, there was probably some albums that year that like were ridiculous and blew people's minds and became a lot of people's favorite albums of all time or whatever. For me, it was just a year where I maybe didn't have as much time to dedicate to listening to records as I typically would like, but but a lot of albums that I fell into were ones that just felt comforting and like familiar and nice, and it wasn't like challenging or crazy, but yeah, I don't know. It's just, it wasn't the most exciting, exhilarating year in music for me, but I feel like it's a year that if I dig deeper, like a year from now, if I like do some kind of retrospective on my top 10 from this year, it might be a completely different list for all I know. But for now, I'm pretty pleased with this record. There was some special releases this year, and yeah, that's all.
Yeah, it was a very
it was like the video game year for me, which probably distracted me. I still have so many movies I need to catch up on too.
Yeah,
but
so it's okay. You got time.
It's like each year I'm either each year's either like the movie year, the music year, or the video game year. 2023 was the
what
video
about
game
the
year.
Book year.
Yeah, maybe 2024 will be my book year.
Here's holding.
Maybe not for like new releases, but
fingers
maybe
crossed.
I'll just read books in general.
Yeah,
but
this year was really crazy for me for music, because as I've been taking my YouTube channel a lot more seriously, I did. I've been doing my best to listen to more like Christian releases, and I actually did want to say this because there was a lot of really good Christian music that I just couldn't fit in on my top 10.
Yeah.
But that didn't mean that they were bad or anything. There was some really good stuff. And I just wanted to say, because they would all be honorable mentions for me, but definitely like in a top 20 list or whatever. But
yeah.
I just wanted to take a moment to promote that I am going to be doing a top 10 best Christian albums of 2023 on my YouTube channel. And some of the ones that you heard on this list, of course, are going to be on that list. You know, you can take a guess as to what you can probably figure out what my number one is going to be. But there's going to be a lot more music that I didn't mention in this episode that you guys can check out. It'll be like a few weeks before it'll be like next month. Currently it's January, so it's probably I think it's gonna be out in February. But yeah, there was just like some, and I was still like, even after the year was over, I was still like discovering albums that I hadn't listened to yet, because I've gotten a lot more connected with a Christian music community, like on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I've been listening to this album and it's really great. And so I discovered a lot of new music that I hadn't really listened to before. So while it was a very busy year for music for me, busier than usual, it was still a very exciting year for me.
Yeah.
Because I just listened to a lot of new music, and it was just a good year for music for me. And I wish that I could have fit all of them onto my top 10, but
yeah,
just couldn't. So
I'm really like trying to think about like what this year could end up looking like. I'm trying to think of artists that that I love that haven't released albums in a while, and I'm like, man, who's gonna release an album this year? You know,
because you had Paramore last year.
Because Paramore was like the big. I feel like every year at least has like one artist where I'm like, oh my god, they're releasing a new album. It's been so long, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, Mountain Goats, they release an album every year, so it's
yeah,
like
almost more than one.
They almost
sometimes.
always end up on my lists because I'm just a sap, but.
Yeah, they almost did for me.
Yeah, even the Yola Tango, like it wasn't like crying and like freaking out over it, but I still loved it. You know,
it's okay if you cried.
Yeah, Sufjan Stevens, Paramore, Shakey Graves, Rat Boys, like Jeff Rosenstock, like a lot of really cool artists I get excited for now, like release stuff, and I'm like, man, who's gonna be this year? You know, I feel like every year is just always so different. Obviously, because hardly any band does yearly releases, so just by default, each year has to be like completely different artists.
Yeah,
typically that do releases. So I'm like, man.
I think that
trying to think like
I think that Mumford and Sons is going to announce an album this year.
I bet they will.
We were talking about them before we were recording, and because they have this new single with Pharrell Williams, which I don't think is going to be a part of the album, but
hope not.
Yeah, we could get into that, but they have been like teasing on social media that they've been like writing music
a new Fleet
and such.
Foxes record would be crazy.
So maybe since the last year that Mumford and Sons came out with an album, it was the same year that Me Without You came out with the new album.
Yeah.
Maybe Me Without You will release a new album.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, they're just gonna pop right
just
out
kidding.
of retirement.
We got bored.
The Smile, technically Radiohead too.
Oh yeah, they had
their new singles are really good. I
haven't listened to them.
Some people are like, "Oh, just go back to Radiohead." What's with all this Smile stuff? I'm like, this. It just sounds like new Radiohead to me. I don't know.
I'm also very confused about that situation.
I think it's just because a couple of the members they can't get like schedule conflicts. They can't get them in the studio. So I'm like, I guess
we're a new band then.
I feel like that's what it is. I don't know. Or I'm like, well, maybe Radiohead is just the Smile now. Like they just changed.
They just started a new band without telling the other members.
Yeah, but I'm like, it just sounds like Radiohead to me. Like like King of Limbs era kind of, which I love. I think King of Limbs is like it's like one of my favorites, low key.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I wasn't that into their debut, I guess.
I really liked it, but it wasn't like it had some like it had a few skips. But when the songs were really good, I like loved them, but it wasn't like
You Will Never Work in Television Again was really good.
Yeah. It wasn't a consistent album, but I liked it a lot. But I feel like these new singles they're putting out, I'm like, oh man, these are like super cool. Especially I can't remember what the other one was called, but it was really long.
Yeah. Bleachers is coming out with a new album.
Oh yeah.
I'm really excited because his last album, Take the Sadness Out of Saturday Night, was a mixed bag for me. But overall there were tracks on there that were like amazing. And already the singles that he's been putting out are really good, especially Modern Girl is such a jam. I like how he's basically embracing the fact that he's like the new Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
But he's like putting his own twist on it though. But I'm really excited for that one. Trying to think if there's
maybe we'll get a new Parquet Courts. That'd be cool.
Maybe.
Wide Awake was 2018, and then 3 years later they did Sympathy for Life, which was good. And then it's been 3 years since that, so that'd be cool. I love Parquet Courts, man. They're great. Idols, aren't they putting out new singles right now?
Who?
Idols?
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm really interested in that one
because
I
feel like they're putting out albums pretty like
I think it's been a couple of years since their last one. I'm interested in this one because they're definitely embracing a new sound with this one.
They're doing that, like every album is like a new sound, which I'm like, that's cool.
I don't know. I feel like this one they're leaning a lot more towards like a alternative kind of vibe.
Yeah,
because they had the one single with LCD sound system. I feel like the other singles just kind of sound like that. You know?
Yeah, that's
which
true.
I'm not saying is bad.
I wasn't crazy for Crawler. It was fine. It was pretty good. I didn't click with that one as much. So I feel like I like these new singles a lot.
Yeah,
so far at least.
POD came out with a new album.
Yeah,
I'm gonna listen to that since it's like kind of a part of my job, but we'll see. I used to love POD.
Yeah,
I jammed the heck out of Satellite. It's a jam. Boom! Here comes the boom.
It's funny. I think about video games coming out this year too, and I'm like, to me, that's all. Like some of these games, like might as well be new albums for me too. Like new Final Fantasy VII game. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, I get a whole. I get a bunch more Final Fantasy music to listen to. Nice.
Yeah, that'll be your album of the year. the soundtrack.
Yeah. Nah, no way.
Yeah, I wonder if that would ever.
It'd be cool if Lil Sims did another album. Oh man,
She might.
She's my fave. Another Gorillaz.
I mean, well, it's I feel like that if they came out with a new album, it's going to be better, because that's usually kind of how it seems to go.
Is it Manchester Orchestra's in the studio again too? Aren't they?
That's true. They did
could have a new album.
They released a single. It's a collaboration with this other guy. I don't know who it was.
Yeah, I saw that.
But they were posting
did another Bad Books thing, which I'm sorry, I don't care about.
I like a couple songs from Bad Books.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why it bugs me they put it on Manchester's albums though.
It's just how people do it these days.
It tricks me into thinking
that it's new Manchester. Yeah.
But I mean, it's been 3 years since the Million Masks of God.
Well, they did just release Valley of Vision, which I do want to say. I just want to reiterate how good that EP was. Like, if it was, I think I already said this, but if it was an album, that would be a contender.
It's like almost 30 minutes. That's long for an EP. You know, it's
yeah.
It's
I just didn't know.
It's really close to being an album. If it was
it's
one
really
more
close.
song, it could be considered an album.
It is so good. It was definitely a grower on me. I wasn't really feeling it at first, but the more I listened to it, the more I was like, "Wow, this is great." Yeah. So I just wanted to say that it's like special honorable mention to that EP. It was so good, and I also loved the short film, basically short film that they made along with it. That was really cool too. I've just been on a really big. I was jamming to Manchester Orchestra on my way back from work today, actually.
Yeah. I listened to Black Mountain of the Surface again last week while driving. That album's so good, man.
I made a playlist recently called what is it? What was it? What did I call it? A Black Mile to the Valley of Vision.
Ooh.
And it's basically all of their original releases from A Black Mile to the Surface all the way to the Valley of Vision. And that includes their singles, I Know How to Speak and No Rule. Because basically...
Dude, I Know How to Speak is such a good... I forget that's not
That's probably my favorite from them of all time, honestly.
Yeah, it kind of is, honestly. It's really good.
But basically, apparently... all these albums, Valley of Vision, Million Masks of God, and Black Mile to the Surface, are actually, I guess, tied conceptually.
Oh, I'm sure it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a playlist then of all of those, which it makes sense because stylistically they're all very similar, even though they have their differences. Especially when you compare them to their earlier albums.
Million Masks sounds almost like a sister album to Black Mile. Like Kid A and Amnesiac almost.
Yeah, and they were saying in an interview that the Valley of Vision was basically like the conclusion of those stories, which I can't really tell you off the top of my head what the story is, but there are characters apparently. So
that's cool.
It's all like kind of a trilogy of a concept album.
Nice.
Sort of. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a playlist and just kind of listen to them all the way through. So
nice.
So I imagine that whatever they come out with next is gonna be different.
Yeah,
I'm sure, but I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to hear how they're gonna change it up next. You know, because if all these albums have been kind of connected in a way, they'll probably try to. Because all of these, they definitely have been in a certain vibe for the last few releases, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm like, ooh, are they going to mix it up?
Yeah.
Go back to their roots,
They posted, studio updates. They're, little videos.
Yeah.
And I remember listening to them and oh, that sounds different. So we'll see. We'll see what it is.
Can't wait.
Cool. Well, anything else? I guess our next episode... we're going to talk about our favorite movies.
Yeah, I have some of that. Hopefully that won't take too long. I really need to. There's at least 5 movies I really need to make sure I watch before that.
Just do it.
Yeah, I need to.
I'll come watch them with you if you want me to.
There's this one, I don't know how to watch it. It's Wim Wenders' new movie.
Oh.
Perfect Days, I think. I want to watch that so bad.
Oh, okay.
It's about the guy who cleans toilets and listens to classic rock. This sounds so up my alley. I don't know.
Torrent it.
I think it's Perfect Days. I'm thinking of the right. It's not the other thing I'm thinking of. I gotta watch Saltburn, dude. No.
No.
I've heard so much trash about that movie. I just don't
really?
care. I heard. I know so many people that just think it sucks.
Really?
People just think it's like pretentious garbage. From what I've heard.
Mostly, what I've heard is just like
I know
like,
some people that are like,
right.
"Oh, it's really good," but it's just I've just heard.
I honestly didn't really have any interest in watching it.
I just hear like, "Oh man, this happened and this was improv." And I'm like, this sounds full of itself. I just do not have any desire.
Yeah, I like Barry Keoghan, but I don't know. It just seems too edgy.
You can censor this, but I'm like, I don't have the desire to watch Barry Keoghan.
Wait,
out of
really?
a bathtub drain, and then
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, no. He improv having sex with the grave. What a crazy man. I'm just saying this movie sounds stupid. I don't care. It would just annoy me. Some of my friends watched it and were like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Really? I didn't know that there was so much hate for it, honestly.
Oh, a lot of people, it's like a Tumblr core movie. Like people on Tumblr love it.
Sure.
It just gives me that vibe. I'm like, I don't care.
That's funny.
What was I looking up?
I don't know.
Oh, Perfect Days. I think that's the movie I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's it.
I'm pretty much all caught up with all the movies I wanted to see.
I mean, I have a pretty good top 10 right now that I'm like okay with, but also at the same time, I'm like, it's too predictable at the same time. I'm like, my top 10 is the same as everyone's top 10 right now. And there's like,
I mean, I could probably say the same with a few exceptions, but I there was a few that I kind of wanted to rewatch just to kind of solidify where I felt that they ranked.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I feel pretty good. There was like I guess the one that I haven't seen was the new. Oh, what's his name? Evangelion guy. His new movie.
Oh, the
superhero movie. Shin
Kamen Rider.
Yeah,
I want to watch that. Yeah, I heard Kamen Rider is cool.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be like maybe top 10, but you never know.
Yeah,
I'll watch it. If I can.
That's what I thought about Godzilla -1, and then I was like, it's probably like up there for me, like for my favorite right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I gotta think.
Well, let's not spoil our lists.
No, I won't.
But. Yeah, I mean,
there's some movies in my
time.
top. There's like at least a couple in my top 10 right now. I'm like, I really like those, but I'm like, I feel like generic having those in my top 10 right now. I don't know.
I see what you're saying, but for me, it's like I don't care. I really like these movies, so whatever.
Oh, I do too. No shame, but I'm like, I know there's probably some other ones that I would regret not having watched if I don't beforehand.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Yeah, you got time. I still got to edit this episode.
Yeah.
So you have time.
If I find a way to watch Perfect Days, I might have you come over so we can do a movie night or something.
Okay.
Because I love him.
Okay.
Well, you've seen Paris, Texas, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That I always forget the guy's
that
name.
Director. He's done The American Friend, too, and I really need to watch that. But Paris, Texas is like, that's like probably an all-time movie for me. I just think that movie's so good.
I just got it on Criterion.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
I need to own that. It's so good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like that. Anyways,
cool. Well, it's time for a recommendation. I'm trying to remember.
It's probably your turn.
It might be. I just want to make sure.
I get the vibe. It's your turn. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I love the fact that I've now started doing the timestamps because now I can just go right to it.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, you had recommendation last time, so it's my turn. And I'm going to recommend a medium of entertainment that I don't ever really get to because I'm a slow reader, but I'm going to recommend a book this time because I finished a book that I can recommend. Frick, I don't remember the name of the author.
Wow, good recommendation.
I know the book.
I read a book, figure it out.
It was a suggestion from a friend. So I wasn't familiar with the book before, so that's why I don't really have the author's name. Donna Tartt. So the book is called The Secret History by Donna Tartt. My friend Emma recommended it to me. Shout out to Emma. And it is she's the same writer who wrote The Golden Finch, which became a movie like a couple of years ago.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, I think like the National did the score for it. But basically, The Secret History is like the book that should be made into a movie because it's so bizarre and so crazy. And I can't spoil it, but I'll try to explain it as best as I can. Just kind of summarize it, the non-spoiler summary. So this book was, I think, written in the 90s, and so I'm pretty sure that's where it's set. It's like the 80s or 90s. In this college town, and this main character, Richard, what do you...
Sorry, I'm listening, but I'm also laughing at something else.
Okay, that's fine.
Keep talking.
It's a good sign of someone listening. It's just laughing at something unrelated. Anyways, so this main dude, Richard, he's the narrator of the book, and he's this college kid, and he's an out of towner. He's like all the way from California, and I think this is set somewhere in like the East Coast or something. And he comes across this very eccentric. Well, I guess not eccentric, but he's out there kind of teacher, kind of quirky. He's a Greek. He teaches Greek. He has this
Greek god.
Greek class, yes. And this class that he teaches is a very exclusive class where like he picks and chooses the people that he wants in, and he only has like a handful of them. But by a miracle, Richard is able to get in because the teacher likes him. And he meets this just as quirky and eccentric group of individuals. They're smart Alex. They are really smart, like all really into Greek and just very standout type kind of individuals. Yeah, like they're the kind of people who like walk on campus and everyone like talks about them as they're walking by. So he
kind of
joins...
like when the Cullen family walks into the cafeteria in Twilight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And they're all wearing white.
Twilight was inspired by The Secret History.
Of course it was, yeah.
So he becomes a part of this eccentric group of people, and everything kind of seems normal. I mean, it's a very different kind of, more intense kind of class, but he really gets to know his teacher and really starts to love the subjects and the classes that they're taking. And as he gets closer with these people, let's just say things just start to go awry and really, really messed up.
Ooh.
And I like I said, I can't spoil it. Well,
actually, I can spoil it.
Okay, all I will say, because this is literally in the first page of the book, is that you learn that one of the characters has been killed.
Oh.
And because like the book starts off with this of him talking about this character dying.
The first sentence of the book is one of the characters has been killed.
Yeah.
Oh, really? All right, cool.
Yeah, no, that's literally what it is. And it's like...
Literally?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like it says the word character?
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
One of the, not literally. It
says
that.
Like Billy Smith has been murdered.
Well, it's something along those lines.
Okay, well, that's cool.
And then it's like...
I vibe with that.
It's interesting, though, because it's like... The whole book is like a flashback leading up to this character being killed.
Yeah.
So you're getting to know the character before he's been killed. And it's like, what happened? Like,
and
how did it get to this point?
That's kind of cool. I like that. That's a cool structure.
So that's the only thing that I can spoil because it's literally in the first page.
Yeah.
But I will say that the book it's a really, really well-written and well-crafted look into... I guess the concept of evil and what people will do to justify their acts, no matter how evil they are. And I've just never really read a book like that where you just really dive into the minds of people that just do these really heinous things and think they're justified in doing it.
Scary.
So that's all I'll really say. Yeah, I wish that this, if it had the right director, it could be a really good movie. But I'm sure it's the kind of book that if you do mess it up, you can really mess it up in a movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a really compelling read for me and quite a page turner, but it's also really long. It's like over 500 pages.
Oh, okay.
So, but it went by really fast for me. So I'm really glad that my friend recommended it to me. It had been a while since I'd like read some really good fiction that just like kept me wanting to read it. I will also say it's very beautifully written. Donna Tartt has a really great way with words, which is like there'll be a sentence like, oh man, that's like a quote to like, put up on Instagram or something. So I would highly recommend it if you guys are readers out there, and also if you like thrillers and such, and also if you're not too like this book really isn't for the faint-hearted, so you have been warned. But I think it's a great piece of literature, of fiction writing. It's the Secret History by Donna Tartt.
Nice.
Yeah.
This isn't a recommendation for me, obviously, because it's not my turn and I haven't read it, so I
steal.
can't recommend it. But it just makes me think of since I'm trying to read more this year, the next thing I have on my reading list right now is The Crying of Lot 49. Thomas Pynchon.
Oh yeah, I think you've talked about.
Yeah, he did
before.
like Gravity's Rainbow. He wrote Inherent Vice, which I want to read that because I've seen the movie and I'm like, I kind of want to read the book, but I'm gonna read that first because I want to read a couple of it. Because I got Gravity's Rainbow out of curiosity. I was like, I've heard this is crazy, and someone was like, dude, please read a couple of his other books before you do that one. Because I started reading Gravity's Rainbow.
I don't think you want to do that.
And the first few pages was like a dude talking about like his banana farm and like farting and stuff, and it's just like super weird and bizarre. He's just a weird writer, but like just,
I mean, yeah,
very like hard to grasp tonally and stuff from what I gathered. And he's like, dude, you need to like get his style before you get into that. And I was like, okay. And
I mean, if Inherent Vice is like any,
and that's like the movie version, like the novel version is probably a lot more abstract. It's not like
I've heard
it's not like House of Leaves where it's like it's what, but
what?
But yeah, Crying of Lot 49. It's like really short. I have a lot of like shorter books. One's called The Stranger as well. I can't remember the author, but I have like a good few books I want to blast through.
Yeah, you should. I'm reading
Crying
a
of
lot
Lot
more.
49. It's from 1966. Tell me if this plot sounds exciting to you. It follows Oedipa Maas, a young Californian woman who embraces a conspiracy theory as she possibly unearths a century-old feud between two mail distribution companies. And there's the plot. But I'm like, you just know that a plot that summarized so simply is probably going to be
versus the UPS.
I'm like, I trust this guy to like make really interesting stories out of like I'm always like drawn to stories that on paper don't really sound like they should be interesting. Like, oh, it's a conspiracy about mailing companies, but it's like it's probably gonna get really weird. I don't know.
It's like Pepe Sylvia.
It's like you think of the documentary Tickled, and it's like it's about a guy investigating tickle fetishes and just how crazy it gets.
I am very intrigued by like obscure topics like that.
Yeah,
you know,
it's just like so unusual. It's not like, oh no, it sounds like I'm about to like slam on your book because I was like, oh, it's about like a murder investigation. Because the way you described it, I actually do want to read it. It sounds Donna Tartt sounds like a really cool author now.
Yeah.
But just
very
it's not like a typically pitchable scenarios. You
right.
know, I think it's cool. But I want to get into them. I got a lot of authors I want to get into. I want to read a lot of the older classics. Like I want to read Moby Dick, man. I just want to like read some of those.
I've heard that's a really good one.
I read like the first page of it and I was like, man, I was like, this is kind of wild. Like,
is that Herman Melville?
I think so.
Right? Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I have a lot that I want to read too. I've been starting to use Goodreads lately.
Yeah, I have it. I just forget I have it, and I don't.
It's just a good way to kind of like keep me motivated because like you can like update how far you are in a book, and it's like, oh, you're 46% through the book, and it's like, oh, that's kind of motivating.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, and it's also like, it's like the Letterboxd for books, even though Goodreads is older than Letterboxd.
True. Yeah, definitely. It definitely is.
Yeah, I have a whole like want to read list that I'm trying to get through. I have a goal actually this year. It's part of my New Year's resolution to read 10 books, and I've already finished one. So
nice.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good old year.
I think this is gonna be my year.
It's gonna be my year.
That's going back to we were talking about Sonic memes before.
This is my year.
There's one where it's like Sonic saying like, already messed up. 2025 definitely going to be my year.
It's so good.
Anyways, on that note, we'll see you guys in the next episode talking about our favorite motion pictures of 2023. And it's going to be a grand old time. Just remember that you got to go fast, and don't play music. I'm already playing music.
Accidentally unmuted an Instagram story.
Oh, it's okay. I guess I'll forgive you. Didn't mean to. That's The Alien by Manchester Orchestra. Okay, well, I love each and every one of you individually for all your own reasons. Bye. We'll talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Comedy gold. Thanks for checking out this episode of the Podwood Forecast. If you liked what you heard, be sure to subscribe. And if you'd like for us to give you a shout out on the show, be sure to leave a rating and review on Apple Podcasts. And also feel free to look in the show notes for links to our social media at Twitter and Facebook. And as always, stay beautiful, and thanks for listening. And then we'll get into our number 7, and then we'll get into our number 6, and then we'll get into our number 5, and then we'll get into our number 4, and then we'll get into our number 3, and then we'll get into our number 2, and then we'll get into our number 1, finally.
There you go.
I like to imagine that I just like keep doing that, but then like the music comes in and I just fade out.
Yeah, do that.
I should.
Do it.
Cool. I did not plan that. It just kind of happened.
You're an improv genius.
I know, right? I should be on that one show.
The improv genius show.
What is my line? Anywho,
whose line is it anyway?
Watson, you forgot your stupid squirrel.
He's right here.
Where'd he go? There. Oh.
Go get your squirrel.